negotiations. Even as government negotiates, we are normally the ones who originate. And we here basically to guide the fresh produce industry in whatever space. We run through the seed through to the time you get to the market. So if you wanted to be in Italy, or you wanted to be in Belgium, or wanted to export into Germany, or any part of the world, we are the people to go to. We'll then take you through the steps on what you need to do in terms of export requirements, how to go through the procedures, support in terms of the technical support you require, until such a time when you're able to get into the marketplace. Domestically, we basically now partner with counties and we work with logistics. You must have seen Eldoret Airport recently start cargo exports, Mombasa, Kisumu, Isiolo, to add on to Nairobi. That is what we do from the backside. And we basically provide markets for the people on condition that you're actually interested in getting the market. But that's what we are. We are here to support this. I'm glad that we're here. We were now involved in food safety, and I'm sure our professor will come and speak later about food waste and food loss. We're involved in that space and ensuring that whatever we produce is well. So as an association, it's open to all of us. Welcome. We will be able to support you, anybody who needs it. And we're now in this space of data and data collection in terms of the fresh produce industry. So are you a farmer? Are you an aggregator? Are you a service provider that provides services that are related to this industry? Welcome on board, and we can always support you.
So it's very nice that you have mentioned that you're filling a very important gap in this region, because many farmers are going into export right now. So would you maybe tell us the few great achievements that you have made as an association, maybe in the past 5 years or so?
You've had exports into China. We are the ones who opened. You've had the exports into India. We are the ones in it. You saw the success signing up of the AFMASS the other day between Kenya and the EU. We are part of the people who are sitting behind there to look at the industry. We bring into this country 150 billion on average every year out of the export market, fruits, vegetable, herbs, spices, and flowers. We deal basically in terms of revolutionizing. So if you hear Kenya is exporting, we are currently the leading export earners. We're just behind diaspora remittance because of our brothers and sisters that are out there, but the rest of it then comes from us, looking at the diversity of the project. What we've been able to do is break the silos. We've been able to disrupt the space. So today, whether you're a class 1 dropout or a form 4 dropout or a serious investor, as long as you're a Kenyan of an age of 18, we can support you to get into the export market without going to the previous ladders that people used to go through, where you used to like, we used to work like cocoons or cartels. We've been able to break all that together. We've also been able to enshrine what we call the traditional brokers, and we've been able to transform them from being the brokers to being marketing agents so that they can play the critical role within the system. However, it's something that keeps evolving. What is critical today is you can get information anywhere. I think we've been able to demystify the so-called export being a risk or export being a thing of the other people and not us. So it's an open space that we have opened. So anybody who wants to export can now today be able to export. And in the domestic market, we've been able to change. And currently we're involved in the domestic market standards just to ensure that you can comply to standards that can help you to get to the next level.
Oh, that's really nice. Now we're curious to learn. Now that we are the leading exporters in the country, could you maybe share a little bit of the figures?
It's this year we were expecting to net in about 180 billion, but we may not get there because of the challenge we have with Red Sea today. Our exports into Europe by sea that ordinarily would work within 21 to 24 days. Now we have to get to the markets at a space of about between an average of 47 days, but a bit of it with a bit of negotiation, we are now coming down to about 40 days on average, which is a double space. And then we were not ready as a country to navigate that long distance. Our packaging material, and I'm happy that I can see people here, our packaging material is not able to withstand that long distance in terms of the cold as you navigate. So the need for innovation. But in terms of where we actually are, we're looking at about 170 billion shillings this year. if only this, I hope that the finance bill is not going to affect us. Just in case it affects us, then again, the taxation regime is our biggest issue. We've been able to negotiate and open up that space. We believe that we have other markets that have opened up. So just in case we're not able to get into Europe, we've been able to get other markets, Middle East, the larger Middle East and the larger Eastern region, to see whether we can be able to penetrate. Of course, we have challenges in terms of how we access that market. Some markets require that you have to do post-harvest treatment. Some markets will be open. And of course, business is about engaging. So before you get used to know the other person, there's a bit of a process of building confidence. Unlike Europe, where we have a lot of confidence with them, and we've been trading with them over years. For the new markets, they have their own opportunity, but we also have challenges in terms of access. But we are on the right trajectory in terms of our avocado. In terms of our passion, even though our production is down, in terms of our beans and peas, even though our production is down and was disrupted by the recent rains, but we are on that trend. So we are looking at going up. However, we require all of us in terms of innovation and how we can all get involved, because there's nobody who's going to export unless we are going to invest. Otherwise, if you look to the other people, the number of trees that we have planted the last 5 years have actually tripled what we used to. So in the next 2-3 years, we expect that our avocado export, for example, is going to triple. So the need for each one of us to get involved so that we can be able to get the product into the marketplace.
And I'm so glad you have mentioned the government about this taxation and everything. We are curious to know how strong is the association's connection with the government?
There is nobody in this space who can speak and be on their own. We have a relationship with government, and we have to engage. We are not, and we cannot be able to say we are not engaging government. The most critical thing is what the government doing facilitating our businesses or frustrating businesses? For now, we are saying whatever taxation regime that comes in must be able to enable us to facilitate trade, must be able to ensure that the cost of doing business is fair. And I want to underline here strongly that we are not competing among Kenyans. We are competing among other entities that are exporting to the same market. So if we become uncompetitive in terms of our prices, for sure, the market will go to our neighbors who are accessing the market. So in terms of engaging, we engage with them. Of course, government is a big place, so the wheels of government move slowly, but we've been able to engage with them. Not to the speed we want, but we have a voice. So if I needed to reach anyone today within the government circles, I will arrive. However, advocacy, changes, understanding of each business is different. Our business, for example, is just in time business. The business or what I was dealing with in the morning and what I will be dealing with this afternoon will be two different things. Our produce must get out, phytosanitary certificates must come out, whatever processes in terms of licensing must come out, because I must ship out by air or by sea by close of the day. So whatever happens along the way must always be facilitated, either by the county government or national government or ourselves in terms of logistics. So that's the kind of space that we are in. We play strongly in it, but we can only get better, because they're also changing dynamics across the board, particularly when it comes to areas of compliance requirements by different markets and the climatic changes, so which are really bringing to play many other things. And as you mentioned about government, for us, the government of the day sets the pace of how fast we can move. So if the government says system that stifle the business, of course, we expect us to go through so many other hurdles to open the very business that needs to be moving. So that's where we are. It's striking a balance. We do not understand where government is coming from, but we appreciate that finally they are trying to speak. So if they speak and they're willing to reason and be able to work, that's okay. But finally, on that note is we can only get better if our systems are responsive, and because government and the entire system is going into the digital space, we're having a challenge where certain government systems do not work with the other, do not speak to the other systems. So it's frustrating a bit of clearance processes. But we are there, engaging with them on daily basis. Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. So we are in a world where sustainability is a very key issue. So especially in this space where we are exporting, and carbon emissions is something that people really want to consider, especially if they are receiving our goods. Tell us about our exports. Are we moving into sea freights, or are we still in air freights? Could you kindly give us clarity on that?
Thank you. I want to say this clearly and categorically. we will not stop air shipments. We will not stop air shipments. We are working with sea shipments to complement our current air shipments. The sea shipments are able to allow us access certain markets that we can't access by air today because of distances and the cost. But what we have rolled out as an industry is a movement between a shift to sea freight, where we would like to see 50% of our cargo going by sea. However, it is a process, not an event. The infrastructure we have does not currently respond to it because we need to get locomotives that are compliant. We need to get Kenya Railways to be able to do what they must do. We must get aggregation center and termination center. If you're working with SGR up to Naivasha, how do you deal with the product that comes from Mount Elgon? And do you use our standard meter gauge railway? And what are the equipments and the locomotives that are in that system? Then there's clearance. There's interconnectivity between, for example, Mount Kenya to SGR in Nairobi, or somebody who's in Kisumu that needs to get their cargo into this. So we must get that cargo out of the villages into an aggregation center and then have it shipped down to Mombasa. And that means negotiating and discussing and understanding the other side of the market. Is the market willing? Whereas Europe would like us to currently send cargo that is friendly. People talk about greening. The reality of the matter, it is a process and not an event. So it's not going to happen tomorrow. It is something that we must all work together. Private sector, public sector, all government institutions, research institutions, and technology is something that must play. Two, I hear people talk about, sea freight, sea freight. There are countries in the world there are fewer countries in the world that touch the sea than the countries that are landlocked. Uganda, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, who are part of East Africa, do not have a seashore. So there's need for us to then work together and consolidate all that cargo to shift from Rwanda to Mombasa for it to go out. Then there's the issue of port operation. There's so much that needs to happen before we realize the sea shipments that we hear in the stories. So the stories I hear, sometimes I laugh because people do not understand. So because you are not going to stop flying unless you want to go by sea. So that underlines my first statement that we are not going to stop flying. We're basically saying, how do we deal with carbon emission? Now listen, this country has said we're looking at planting trees for trading, but it's not just trees also. Our encouragement here is, can we plant fruit trees and select the right trees for the right regions for purposes of ensuring we advance? Then we're also saying, for us to look at that sustainability. In my opinion, I don't know the definition, Professor, when she comes here, she will define sustainability, perhaps the UN way. My local personal definition for sustainability is an assured tomorrow. My assured tomorrow is my definition for sustainability. And it means that each one of us has a role, not as a fresh produce, but as an individual, because it affects the food, it affects how we dump, whatever we dump, how we dispose them, how we manage, even ourselves here. I walked in here, and if I had to ask about sustainability, I'm almost asking, what have you done here to show sustainability? So it's not a story, it's a practical thing that we must live on a daily basis, right? Then remember that the world population is going up. And therefore, the interest we have today is whether to feed our people or whether to export the produce or whether to sustain certain systems. So are we selling product? If I asked you today about export, flowers, for example, contribute about 70% of the revenue we get. But how many of us deal with flowers? Did your brother, your sister, your friends bring your flower the whole of this year? Have they brought your flower? If they have not, you can imagine the kind of culture that we have. So there's so much to work around sustainability than just imagining that sustainability is a statement. So we're not going to achieve it today. I also want to say here that you need now to look at sustainability, even within the training and learning institutions. Do people understand sustainability? Do people understand how you pick your food in the house? You sometimes blame people. You buy produce from here, you take it in the house, you have a fridge full of everything and you waste it. And again, you talk about sustainability. So post-harvest losses, food losses, and so many other things, the entire value chain. And then how do we deal with our disposal? How do we do our innovation? Where are we? So it's a whole ecosystem that people need to look at it from a sober mind and not from a sort of a hype sort of running. However, I also want to let you know that that sustainability to our markets is about the packaging material we use. Kenya announced and banned the use of polybags. Thank you. Are we still using polybags? Yes, because there's certain packaging material that we require. However, the packaging material today the globe is looking at here is, can you reuse it? Can you repurpose it? Can it be recycled? And if I'm shipping to Europe, crates, what happens? Do I have to get a crate all the time, or is there something I can ship in back from the other side using the same crates so that I can reuse? If I have to repurpose, are those crates repurposed and reused in the market of destination? So it's a whole conversation that I could lecture here for the whole 1 hour, 3 hours, and I will still not have been able to bring it down. So look at sustainability from a holistic approach and asking each one of us within where the space they are to be able to support it, both in terms of the environment, in terms of the animal, and in terms of human capacity. Yeah, I don't know whether attempted to do that.
Oh, you have. It's so well put. I wish we had time to break it more further. So we shall conclude with the final question. We'd like to know which are the areas that you will focus on in the future in terms of investments, in terms of the market as well. Are there new markets you're looking to explore? Are there some other regions that you're looking to explore and invest in? Maybe share insights of that.
For record, whatever I'm talking about export is less than 5% of what we produce as a country. It's less than, actually I should be talking about 3.8% of what we produce as a country is what we are all proud talking about export. The rest is consumed here. The indiscipline, the bad culture, the bad practices that we have are what is hindering us from doing what we need to do. We lack of consistency in whatever we do. Coil business came, we all went to coil. We did this, everyone shifts, everyone shifts. So by the end of the day, we do not see people who are consistent in doing certain markets. There is no gap in the marketplace. There is no shortage in the marketplace. I have something I always say that every day there are available mouths for human beings to eat as steadily the world population is moving this way. The arable land to produce the said food is going this way. There is such a huge gap. As we talk today, Kenya is not self-sufficient. If the borders are closed today, we will go hungry. So the market you're looking at here is not that market there. The market you're looking at here is the market to Turkana, the market to Garissa, the market to Marsabit, the market to Kajiado. There are some places in Kajiado, Magadi, for example. If I ask people, how many people are going to Magadi here? Most likely you may have gone and others may not have gone. So the issue of market is in discipline of the producers to produce and in discipline of the suppliers to supply, and lack of information and not lack of market. For example, each one of you within Nairobi and its environs grows produce and brings them to Nairobi. If you go to a Wakulima market, your produce is cheaper than it would have been elsewhere. Are we together? Have you ever thought of getting avocados from here to Turkana? Have you ever thought of taking avocado from here to other areas of this country? Have you ever thought how much arable land we have in Kenya? Today, statistics show us we are at 11% of arable land. So it's only 11% of the land we have. The rest of the people are not producing. I can tell you 98% of the pineapples you eat in Nairobi is import. 98% of the pineapple you're eating in this country is imported. So what market are we looking at here? Meaning we just need to get serious and say what value chain I can grow. Kisumu as a county does not sustain themselves. They import from other counties. Nairobi is not a producing county, it's an importing county. Mombasa is importing 99% of their food from other counties. So markets should not be considered, should not be looked as a market out there, because the logistics of delivering 1 kilo of Kenyan beans from here to UK is $2 after you have packed. Before packing, so it will come to about $2.5 for me to deliver 1 kilo of beans from here to London. How much is $2 if you calculate it today? It's about 300 shillings, right? So why will I send 300 times 1,000? That is 300,000. Why would I take 300,000 out there? If 300,000 can collect for me cargo from Kitale to Kisumu, don't go to Kajiado, Kitale to Kisumu. And get cargo from Kiambu to Kajiado. Get cargo from Loitoktok to Magadi, even within the county alone. So the challenge we have is not the market. The challenge we have is the laziness of the people within the system who want to be comfortable in Nairobi and imagine the markets in Nairobi because of the population that drives to Nairobi. Some people in Nairobi here have their own food. We are food insecure as a country. And therefore, our first market should be ourselves. Number two, in terms of market, we have markets across the world. Kenya has signed protocols with so many parts of the world, but who is supplying? Who is supplying? Because all of us are waiting for that other guy to supply. The other guy is waiting for the other person to supply. Who is supplying? For example, I worked very hard at the personal level and as an institution to open China market for avocado. Today, I can tell you less than 50 containers this year have gone to China. Was it open? Was it to open? The door is open, but who is working in it? We worked very hard last year and we opened the market for avocado to India. How many of us are exporting to India? This year, I can count that we are not even at 8 containers to India, which is next door. So market has never and shall never be a problem. I will say this. The market all over the world, including you, are looking for consistent supply of a certain product. Consistent supply of a certain product in a certain quality. For those we meet at Java, we take some coffee. The reason why we go to some coffee houses is because they have had certain characteristics of consistency supply of certain quality, right? There's a place you go for food, right? It is because they're able to supply certain food in a certain quality that is consistent. So that is what the market's looking for. The market is not looking for produce. The market is looking for consistent supply of that product and the reliability in terms of information. We have this between January and February. We will not have it between February and June. So if we can be able to tie the supply and the information, we'll be okay. Lastly, we must just stop being lazy because we always want the other person to bring the market. Market is not a government issue. Market is a private sector issue. Government is supposed to open and ensure that there's framework, there's regulatory, there's arrangement around. But the business of doing business is the business of business people. The business of government is the business of facilitating businesses by ensuring there is access, there's whatever protocols that are supposed to be signed, and the rest, we should just come out of our comfort zone. And I dare say, I think because Kenya has not gone into proper hunger, we're still lazy and we're still waiting for the other person to do. So my challenge to you as I finish is, let's work together. We are stronger together. We are available to offer you support. And if it's okay, I can give out my phone number. We have no issues. I have capacity to answer, or you want to take it later, whichever you choose. We need to build a critical mass of men and women that want to be consistent in whatever thing they choose to do. This thing of today here, tomorrow here, the next day here is making us not being able to penetrate the markets that we have opened. I support.
Thank you so much, Akisegere Japat. I know this was on short notice. Thank you so much for showing up big. You can always reach out to him. Do we have time for questions? We do. All right. Do we have any questions from the audience? Anyone with a question? This is your time.
Thank you. It's a very motivated conversation. One, we'd love to actually get your number. I'm in the tea industry, and we're very curious because while the door may be open, there is limited finance unless you're one of the big boys. So can we maybe touch a bit on the opportunities and the infrastructure laid out to support in that way?
Any other? So that's, we can have two at a go. Okay, I think you can proceed.
Thanks. You didn't introduce yourself, so I don't know how to address it.
Jennifer.
Jennifer, thanks, Jennifer. Number one, let me look at it this way. The people who buy our fresh produce, and I want to use an example of a supermarket that is within this facility. When you walk to that supermarket, they sell literally everything. So where we are selling our fresh produce is where you should be selling your coffee, and vice versa, and your tea, and your dried veg, and your honeys, because it's the same store. Where we have a challenge is that we do not speak together. We are not one. We are actually selfish as a country. We only pretend to be together when we get to the airport and we're going out of the country. When we come back here, we all go to our cocoons, assuming you can, even if you are given the whole market, you can supply. For you who is in tea, I am in tea in a different, people are looking for specialty tea. People are looking at, you know what it means, specialty tea, all the specialty teas. I have a market, for example, in Korea that you can't meet. So when it comes to finances also, the reason why we have a challenge with finances is because we want to go and do things this way, small. But we came together as a block. And let me use an example of the controversial crop that we have in town called Mira and Mubuka. When the people who come from that region decided they are going to look for, they want government to support, 2 billion was availed as a fund to support that specific value chain, either because of interest or because of the people who decided whichever way we want this done. Can we then sit together and say, how do we have certain things? The market access, I saw upside the house. And every time I talk to them, they say, we have all this amount of money we want to lend. And I keep asking them, thank you so much here. Is it accessible or is it money on the other side? And even if it's accessible, what are the terms? Am I going to open an account, be with you for 1 year for me to get a loan to push my capital? So we can have this conversation. There are many other financial institutions outside this country who are willing to support on condition that they're willing to get a partner who is committed to the bond to keep their part of the bargain. I've seen a few exporters of fresh produce here. They know the story with us. We've even been advanced money by certain jurisdictions. And instead of us supplying money, we are going to buy some land and plots on Thika Road and started building high rises instead of supplying on a contract that we've been given. So we have also been we have done a disservice to ourselves by denying others opportunity, by squandering the opportunities, the doors that open. So there is opportunity that I can tell you, and there's power in coming together. And I am willing to have a one-on-one. But in terms of my number, please pick a pen. It's one of those numbers that you don't have to struggle with. And when you call, please just say you're calling, we met here. I have capacity to answer. And if I don't answer, I will return the call. Just text and please give me your name so that I do not address this person who say we met at Charit. 0715 333 555. I'll repeat, 0715 333 555. I pick it myself. So if it's not picked, it means I don't have it. Just like now, the ones who are calling, it's here. So it's not going to my PA or on my somebody else. It will be picked by myself. And I try as much as possible. And Professor Anguko will tell you I return calls. So I do not have a problem. So I just want to say this comfort, colleagues. As a country, and I see many people in the room here are at an age that, given life, we will be here a little longer than some of the people who have been there here before. We have a choice. We have a choice on how big we want to grow. And we also have a choice to remain poor because opportunities are enormous. It is just about starting somewhere Don't compete among yourselves. Set your own pace. Take it one step at a time. Do not compromise on the quality and be truthful to yourself. If you can afford a kilo, say, I will supply 1 kilo. You will not be condemned for capacity of 1 kilo. You will still get to 10 kilos, to 100 tons, but you must be consistent in whatever you choose to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was certainly short and sweet. We have had some really quality conversation. All right, thank you so much.
Right yet? Okay, I'm going to call upon our director to just after the picture, maybe. Okay, now don't leave, yes, sir. Don't leave. I'm going to call upon our director to give Ojepat a small gift. A round of applause as she comes. Oh, okay. Great. An amazing opener for us. So up next, I'm going to call upon an amazing lady. I met her back in 2021 at the Global Gap Conference in Safari Park. So Professor Jane Ambuko, we need you right on stage. Give her a round of applause as she comes. Hi. I thought I recognized that face. You repeat the question?
So good morning. I think my name has been mentioned quite a few times by the previous speaker. So, and I think he was expecting me to answer some of the things. Unfortunately, I'll stick to the script and probably throw in a few comments about what he said. So as you've been told, my name is Jane. I'm from the University of Nairobi. I always tell the people I speak to, I'm a self-declared food loss and waste champion. So most of my work, my research is about solutions for food loss and waste reduction. But today we're going to talk about it with regard to smallholder. And I told the organizers when they invited me that, you know, I know the people who usually grace this expo are what OJ called the big boys of the industry. But I'll be talking to issues of smallholder. Yes, so they may be too small, but those are the people I'm passionate about. Yeah, and like OJ said, you see, these are the people who produce for us. Yes, they also produce for export, all right, but they're the people who feed us. But they have a lot of challenges. I'm in horticulture, so I'll focus a lot of my talk on horticulture. So basically, this talk I'm going to give is a follow-up to recommendations we had some time. We had a stakeholder consultative workshop, and again, OJ, you'll allow me to also just talk about it like you talked about me. So some people, I don't know if anybody was in that, people in the horticulture sector, anybody who attended that consultative forum, where we wanted to know what are the pain points of the horticulture sector practitioners, and well, how can research plug into those pain points that the industry has. So I'll highlight some recommendations from there, and then maybe give some background of post-harvest losses we mentioned in horticulture value chains. And then the intervention, specifically, I'm going to talk about from our adaptive research from the University of Nairobi. And then what is key, I was told that here we'll have investors, partners, and I met some yesterday as I came to check out this place. How can we partner to bridge the gap that we always talk about? So Oji already said the horticulture sector in Kenya is big, yeah, is really important, fetching a lot of money. Of course, like he said, we export. He talked about 150 billion Kenya shillings annually. Yeah, and that is coming from less than 5%, like he said, meaning a lot of what is produced is actually for our own consumption. So not only is it an export earner, not only does it contribute to GDP, not only does it create employment, yes, of course, we're talking about also food and nutrition, because you gotta eat. Your veggies, your fruits, whatever we are produced by us, okay? So it is very important. But that sector, like Oji says, the full potential hasn't been exploited, yes? There's a lot of potential that is there. You are hearing, in fact, I didn't know those figures. When the China market for avocado was open, we were all like, yeah, if we have a market to China, then that's it. And then many people started shifting from other things to go to avocado. I'm surprised that we're only doing like so many containers against, I don't know, what is the demand per year? So much. Yeah, so it's us. We're not doing, so that potential is what we're talking about, is not being exploited. Why? Why is that potential? Do we just talk? Like, we have market, because remember my talk is about market access for small orders. So what is it, if market is there, where is the problem? Yeah. And then we also know that the horticulture sector has big opportunities. Those challenges we have in the horticulture sector are also opportunities. We can turn them around into opportunities, into, the jobs you're talking about. This, if you look at the value chain, the horticulture value chain, right from inputs all the way to the market, there are a lot of opportunities, not just for youth, but for everyone. Yeah, but right now everybody's talking about youth and employment. Yes, we train some of them. I've seen them from the university, and they finish. Unfortunately, do you have any graduates from University of Nairobi here? Yes, who did horticulture? Maybe no. Yes, any people who studied horticulture or agribusiness management? Yeah, you see, the challenge we have with our young people is that, in fact, the reason agribusiness was started as a course was to build skills for people to employ themselves and not look for jobs. But the sad thing I can tell you, coming from the university, that our young people still want jobs like mine, like yours, So there are opportunities. I don't know if we have failed to raise awareness about the opportunities, because they are there, yeah? So we need to raise awareness about these opportunities, because as we address the challenges, like for food loss and waste, like we're talking about, there are a lot of opportunities that are there in the horticulture sector. So when we had that stakeholder engagement, they highlighted opportunities from the industry. But this is not from academics or anything. These are the stakeholders, the horticulture sector stakeholders. They told us these are some of the priorities in the sector, okay? From production, the inputs, all the way to marketing, okay? So and you can see all of these, as support, they say that, whatever we do has to be gender youth inclusive, okay? So that is the voice of the industry, okay? So we say it, fine. So these are your pain points. How do we plug in? And I can tell you for a fact, I come from the Department of Plant Science and Crop Protection. And I can tell you the research that goes on, any thesis that is presented at master level, if you go and comb them, they're addressing all these things. Yes? Remember, our Faculty of Agriculture has agricultural economics. We have food science and nutrition and technology. We have plant science, where I come from. We have land and agricultural resource and technology department. The research that goes on, because we have in our faculty alone, we have over 300 graduate students. Yes, the research they're doing is addressing one or more of these things. Yeah, the question is, why is it that that research stays with us? Yes, so there's a whole thing about the gap between research and academia. So they say that their voice from what they're saying is that research that is conducted in our academic and research institution, including Cairo, I don't know which other research institutions, like Kirby is here also. You guys also do research. I said, you know, there's a disconnect. That was their voice, that as you do a thing, and we don't know, OJ is here is saying, oh, okay, we need this. And have you come to me and told me, Jane, this is our pain point. Can we do this research? Because I look at the reason I'm here is that, you know what, let us talk to each other. What are your pain points? How can we plug in the research? So the thing we agreed, and we are here again, we agreed that we need to work together to co-create solutions. Because us, of course, we need papers and theses for the students to graduate. But out of that research are products that you need to address your challenges. So they categorize the broad categories of interventions that came from that stakeholder consultative meeting is that, first of all, if you group them, the previous slide, better and suitable production inputs and practices. Optimization, diversification, and modernization of production systems. That is on the production side. But how you come in, the post-harvest management, okay? What happens to our produce after we have done all this, okay? So this is where I plug into, because this is, we do, when we have done everything, all the production, and then we lose it, then it doesn't, oh, you're talking about sustainability. There can't be sustainability when we are using limited resources to produce food that never gets eaten. So that is element of sustainability. So I'm about what do we do to ensure that the food we produce gets to the farm, to the table, and the smallholder. Oh yeah, I know the ones who are looking for export are different. I'm looking for the ones who are actually trying to supply the local market. Yes, how to get what they're producing. Yes, I'm saying this because I've tried farming myself, and I didn't have market, and I closed shop, and I was like, you know what, stick to your lane. So there are farmers who actually also don't have market. So how do we ensure they have market? Okay, so back to that challenge of food loss and waste. If you didn't know, I know you said 30%, that is the global figure. 30% of the food that we produce does not get consumed. 30%. That is a global estimate. And I think even Kenya has adopted that global estimate. And then in fruits and vegetables, we're talking about 40 to 50%. Can you imagine that? 40 to 50%, as in almost half of the produce, fruits and vegetables we produce go to waste. I won't even start the discussion about what that means, because that's a whole different presentation, because it has impact on the social, on the economics, and the environment. Yes, so I won't go there because time won't allow, but just know it has impact. So we need to understand, why do we lose so much food? Some of it is from harvest, all the way what you do in the farm. And then there's what happens after harvest. Okay, lack of source. So you've seen the ones I've highlighted. First of all, you've seen how people handle food. You know, some of the things are so simple, just handling. Have you seen how people handle food? You know, or at the farm level, you're like, come on, that process. If I talk to my students, I always tell them, and we see this in horticulture, that harvested produce is living. You know that? Is living. Yes? So as you do whatever you do, you actually have to, because this produce is still living. Yes? So we need to do what we have to do to ensure that we minimize damage to that crop. But the way people handle produce, it is painful. Sometimes you're like, come on, you can do better than that. Okay? So our focus on the lower part, we talk about poor storage. We did a study sometime last year. The farmers, mango farmers told us the reason they don't even bother to do any good in their mangoes is because there's no market. Or if the market is there, it's so bad. But you know that, right? Mango can retail for as less as 3 shillings at the farm gate. Is that right? The same mango you come to Nairobi, you won't buy for less than 30 shillings. So where's the challenge, okay? So lack of markets, poor storage, low processing capacity. Those challenges have been highlighted a lot in the horticulture sector. And you say when you see the child there, at every stage, some loss happens. Okay, so each stage you have to understand what are the drivers, what are the causes of losses at each stage of the supply chain, right? So our focus, like I said, lack of storage is one of the challenges. So I'm going to focus a bit. Our research has been about making cold storage affordable, accessible to smallholder. So with me and my team, I have a team, we call it the University of Nairobi Post-Harvest Research Team. We'll be doing quite a bit of work on cold storage solutions for smallholder especially, yeah? But sometimes the big, this large sector also uses some of those innovations, but we're not very keen because the big boys of the industry are sorted. As the smallholder, the ones who are trying to sort because their challenges are small. Okay, so lack of cold storage and poor cold chain generally is one of the key drivers of losses in horticultural value chains. So, like I say, the big boys are sorted. This is when you see a truck like this, you know for sure it's not going to a Kulima market. Or is that happening these days? Yeah, when you see this truck, most likely it's headed where? To some park house or to the airport, right? So this is the thing, and they know the people who export the 3.8% you said or 5%, they have it all sorted out. There is no break in the cold chain, yeah, right from the time it's harvested, yes, and it is prepared and packaged. There is no break in the cold chain. But for smallholder, what is the story? What is the story? Yeah, so this is your typical. I mean, this is how your veggies come from. This photo actually took it dealing with some traders. This is how your veggies move from Kisii. This was from Kisii to Nairobi. Now that is, I'm not saying it like, but that is how it is, right? They pack them, those sacks, and then they load them. Okay, if this is not this lorry, it's your kawaida bus in the boot. You know that, yeah? That is how our produce moves from the farm to the market. So you tell me how alive it's going to be when it gets the other side. It is wilted, it is yellow, it is, everything you can say, fermented. Yes? So those are the challenges of the smallholder. So the question you have to ask yourself, so given that, and the scale of production is small, and sometimes maybe the consumer is not willing to pay any extra cost. If you're going to do the cold chain, it comes with the price, right? So you look at your consumer, they're not willing to pay more. So you just do what you have to do. So what we've been doing to look at the cold storage, we've tried to, over the years, I think since 2008, we've been doing research on alternative cold storage solutions. So we've done research on evaporative cooling, which is off the grid to target farmers or producers or traders in areas that don't have electricity. And then we have the cool pot, which is on the grid, but low-cost alternative to your conventional cold rooms, yes. And then we've been tinkering with another solution because we need a solution for that cold transport. So there's something we're working on, but during COVID, the funds ran out. And so we have a white elephant on campus. We didn't test it, so we don't even know. We didn't complete the research. So it's something still work in progress, but we're trying to look at transport solution for smallholder farmers. So in terms of just taking you through so that I don't tell you now the what you call it in research, the p-values, the data, but just so you know. I don't know if any of us have ever heard about the zero energy cool chamber. Anybody heard about it? Like, even you, OJ, come on. So you heard me say that, my story is not about the big boys. I mean, this is beyond the big boys. This is really for smallholder. And this is what you call the zero energy. If you check in literature, it's called the zero energy cool chamber. It's actually an old Indian technology. So we learned about it. We started doing adaptive research on it in Kenya. I think we introduced it in Kenya around 2016. That is the very traditional one, the first one. Then we realized that the wooden part starts to rot with time. Yeah. So our engineer, my research team has engineers. So they came up to introduce what you're calling the galvanized aluminum as a frame to replace the wood so that it doesn't rot. Then after that, we improve because we are in research, right? So we improved further, and now we have the latest model of the zero energy brick cooler. This is our own, what you call a utility model, improved. It's nice, made from innovative bricks and reinforced so that it doesn't fall apart. Yeah, because that one falls apart with time. Because remember, evaporative cooling, you wet the sand, and then I won't go into the science of how you get it, but it is not very stable. If you've seen it somewhere, we installed for some group of farmers in Embu and in Machakos. But because of the way the problems we encountered there, we thought of how to improve. So the current one, if you go to our campus, you'll find that this is now the latest model of it. Is an improved one, which, like I said, is ready for commercialization. And OJ, we're just looking for people to partner with us to get it because it's so simple, so easy. Yeah, I won't tell you how it works, but you can also call me like OJ and I'll explain. And then we need partners to commercialize it. Then we have, after we introduced it to some groups of farmers, they told us it's too small, the previous one. So they told us, and the way, if you look at the previous one, if you want to load produce, you have to load over. You have to bend over. And they said it is a bit hard for women. And so they told us, how about, why can't you make it big, like a real cold? So our engineers went back to the drawing board and they came up with this design, which is like a big, we're calling the resized brick evaporative cooler. Okay, so it's a bigger version of the other one. And just like the other one, you can walk in. Zero energy, remember, no electricity is actually the principle of evaporative cooling. So this one, again, large capacity. This one hasn't left. In fact, it
B2B meeting room, microphone testing, microphone testing. All right, all right. Thank you for like this. Upper. All right, all right. Welcome our online viewers to AFMASS Food Expo Eastern Africa 2024. We are on day 3. It's been amazing. Remember, this is the region's premier food, consumer goods, hospitality, and retail trade show. And I'm joined here by Vivian, and she's going to tell us much more. What happened yesterday?
What happened yesterday? We were really busy. We had a dinner. We had the AFMASS Food Expo dinner, which is a top executive dinner. And it's good to say if you missed it, you missed out on many things because mostly it was a B2B meeting. You meet your clients and suppliers. Since we had the suppliers who came to the expo had to met their clients at the dinner. We invited some of the food companies so that they could interact with the suppliers, like the milling industry, the ingredient industry, which is took about 35% of the expo. We have 13 ingredient companies. So it was really great to see them interacting with each other and also interacting with their clients. The B2C side, which is 20% of our expo, since 80% of it is the B2B. Majorly but the B2C this year, they really showed up and showed out, and we're really proud and we are happy. We worked at and it's worth it. Also, we are glad for everybody who attended. People are so happy from the reviews that I've gotten. They're satisfied, and we'll also be going to Uganda in September, and we're going with 70% of our clients are going to Uganda, milling across the 7 pavilions: the Dairy Manufacturing Expo, the Africa Beverage Expo, the milling. You there. If you're not in one of the AFMASS Food Expo, make sure you are at least you've attended one or exhibited and more. Since we have clients since we started out, this is the 8th edition in Kenya, and AFMASS is just the mother, and it's the mother of the food industry events in East Africa. Yes. Thank you so much, Julia.
You're welcome. So this is Vivian. I'm Julia. We're in the marketing and business development. Yes. So remember, this is FW Africa. So information can be found on our website, FW Africa. We have our magazines there. You're able to come and check out if you want to be featured. There's an option for that. We're both on digital and print. And also we have upcoming events. Some of them mentioned by Vivian. So look out for them. Make sure you sign up because they are amazing and you don't want to miss out. So today we're going to do an overview of what's happening in the exhibition area. We've had so many people coming in as delegates. We have amazing exhibitors here with amazing products. And it's all about innovations, leadership, and the future of food in Africa. So let's do this. So
prepare the veggies, you pack them, and then you display them. So you can imagine Mama Mboga, instead of the ground thing you saw, vegetables that are very well displayed. So we're talking about, first of all, the vegetables. This project is going to focus on African indigenous vegetables. We want to do some value addition to those vegetables. You've seen how vegetables are displayed in the supermarket, right? You've seen how they are. Oje, the supermarkets. In fact, I thought Wamboy would be here because the way they display the way is not right. Because those vegetables in the morning they are very nice and fresh, isn't it? Go in the evening, they're all wilted and miserable looking. And tomorrow, and you ask yourself, where do they go after in the evening? Because kesho utapata fresh, isn't it? That means where are they going, those veggies? Zitatupwa, isn't it? Yet the retailers are not doing their bit to maintain the freshness. So I was like, you know what? You go in the morning, you find the amount of nice vegetables, jioni they are wilted, kesho utapata jioni zinatolewa, zinawekwa mpya, kesho asubuhi. Zile zingine, where do they go? So me, I have a bond to give with retailers. So what we want to do is we ensure the vegetables are available. We are gonna pluck. Anybody finds a big deal plucking vegetables? Are we like indigenous vegetables especially? Plucking them, it needs time. So what I want to do is to pluck for you and package for you and brand them so that the way you find if you go to the supermarket, you find French beans, carrots, branded package. We also want to ensure that LVs are there, plucked, packaged nicely for you, so that you can just buy when you go, your kazi tumekuondolea, and then you can just cook and then you can eat indigenous vegetables. So we're starting off with Kisii and Kakamega, but we're going beyond through partnerships. We're already working with FAO to go to Kisumu. So if you are working with any group that is doing LVs and want to plug in, this is the time. Okay, so basically this is what I was saying. This is our current situation. We need to change this by those practices that I just mentioned. So as I close, I started by saying that they said there's a gap between academic, research, and industry. So the question I ask, and OJ, I had to say, what are your research needs? Yeah. So, OJ, you talked about, okay, you shipping. In fact, the first time I was in this fresh produce conference, and they said, you know what, the future of export from Kenya is by sea. And I raised the question. I said, you know, for you to do shipping, you need technology, not just packaging. It's not just packaging. It's a whole range of technologies. So the slow down ripening, slow down respiration, it's a whole thing. And you guys don't talk, and that's what we do. Yeah. How do, apart from, because it's not just packaging, it's more than packaging. And so that is your pain point. But I've asked,
I later they introduce and I'll hand it over to you. Melewa? Yeah.
We'll do this for
majority of them. Lazima tuwa showcase. This is visibility now.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's live where?
On YouTube, on all our social media platforms. Yeah.
FW. Yeah.
Yes, and you're here with Mama's Gold. They're here exhibiting and they're going to tell us more as we also taste and be able to experience what they've created here. So I'll hand it over to my colleague, Martha. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much for having us, Mama's Gold, at AFMASS 2024. We're taking this chance to tell us who is Mama's Gold and what are you doing in the industry?
Okay. So Mama's Gold is a company that deals in nutrition products. It was founded almost 4 years ago. This is
Welcome to Cranbrook Flavors, where expertise meets innovation in the world of flavor solutions. With over 3 decades of experience, we stand at the forefront of the industry, offering bespoke flavor solutions tailored to our clients' diverse needs. Witness our technical excellence, where our capabilities extend to pioneering chemical creations, precision emulsions, advanced in-house spray drying, innovative aroma chemical synthesis, and the latest in taste modulation units. Guided by our state-of-the-art laboratories, and a team fueled by innovation, we seamlessly deliver end-to-end solutions, from conceptualization to execution, all under one roof. Expanding our repertoire to include fragrance development, emulsion technology, sugar reduction innovations, and flavor masking compounds, we transcend to become indispensable partners, not only for bottlers, but for diverse industries alike. With a steadfast dedication to quality and adherence to regulatory standards, we ensure precise label accuracy and compliance for every market we serve. Join us at Cranbrook Flavors, where every flavor tells a story of excellence. Discover the taste of innovation today.
Oats, as we know, everybody is going healthy. We are all doing granola. We do granola here for mummies, but there's even regular, we do granola here. There's even regular granola. We are all moving away from having bread for breakfast. We are embracing healthy options. So yes, oat farming is the future.
This is a very interesting product because we are used to saying oats for animal feeds, and now you're coming here telling us we know it has high fiber content, but it is not very common in our in our market, in our outlets. And now here it is a chance that you are giving us that we can use oats for human diets, for human consumption. Do you have something to say about the products?
Well, I'm Gloria. I with Mama's Gold. Our products are all natural. I'd advise all mamas to use them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having us here at AFMASS 2024. We welcome you for more AFMASS. Advocate for nutritional products. This is what we want to promote healthier generation, healthier lactating mothers. Thank you.
That's true.
And guys, we don't live without, right? We have to. And funny thing, the two of us, others, but
lactating hormone, then it will remain to just be unhealthy.
you hear, and it's amazing. Really nice. Back in the days, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and we welcome you to take these cookies. Are you lactating mother?
In the heart of Africa and the Middle East, where the sun rises on a world of boundless potential, there's a name that brings hope. Beulah. Every day, Beulah touches the lives of billions, quietly working towards a brighter future for everyone. We're more than machine manufacturers. We are your everyday partner, committed to harnessing the vibrant diversity of this continent to create a brighter future. Since the early 1970s, Beulah has had a strong presence in the Middle East and Africa region, which comprises 78 countries, each with its own culture, challenges, and opportunities. Beulah supports customers locally in 19 offices, complemented by 16 service stations and 2 manufacturing sites. We believe knowledge is key when put into practice, which is why in our 3 application and training centers in Abidjan, Nairobi, and Kano, we offer various trainings, trials, and laboratory services for the food and feed process.
Right. And we have your name.
Oh. My name is Elishiba. Yes.
I actually wanted to get actually an overview when they're tasting as well. Yeah. Hi. Would you want to give a reaction of your tasting? Just how you feel. How is it? How is it? How is it?
Oh my God, it's
Your
really
name?
nice. Oh, my name is Leah. So I'm sampling the natural. Is it the vegan? The vegan. And it's really nice. I actually didn't expect it to have some taste. You know, when you hear vegan, you think of lax taste. But now this one has sugar, actually. I thought of taking the chocolate chips, but I think I'll take it.
You wanted to try a new one?
Yes.
Okay, now she's talking about vegan.
Oh, the vegan. Yes. Oh, she's recording. Okay, the vegan is it's this one, all these varieties. Or you want to? She can give you a sample. Yeah, this is vegan. We have several of vegans. We have that one, we have this one, and we have this other one. They're different. The difference is like this one is gluten free, vegan, and also gluten free. Tastes very similar to this one, but for this particular flavor, we only use gluten free ingredients for people who are whatever do I say, for people who are very allergic to gluten. These ones we use normal oats, so they are still vegan, no wheat, no dairy, no eggs, but they may contain gluten because we use normal oats. So those are the varieties we have. So this one we call it vegan plain, and the difference between this and this one is because this one has chocolate chips. So this one does not have. This other one does not have. So you can tell me how it is.
So it's really nice, really, really nice. So why did you decide on vegan? Is it a request from people or?
Yeah, as you can see, ours are lactation products for breastfeeding moms. Sometimes when a baby is young, they may have troubled tummies and all that, and wheat and dairy sometimes aggravate the issues. So the dairy-free, wheat-free came from there. Also, some moms are very cautious about what they're eating now. Some people are avoiding wheat. Actually, surprisingly, this one, the gluten-free one, is very popular at the moment. So people are moving. I think people are now more healthier and moving towards what do we call them? Gluten healthy foods and all that. So that's the market we are. Everything to mix ingredients we put on more natural things that appear in
In the heart of Africa and the Middle East, where the sun rises on a world of boundless potential, there's a name that brings hope. Beulah. Every day, Beulah touches the lives of billions, quietly working towards a brighter future for everyone. We're more than machine manufacturers. We are your everyday partner, committed to harnessing the vibrant diversity of this continent to create a brighter future. Since the early 1970s, Beulah has had a strong presence in the Middle East and Africa region, which comprises 78 countries, each with its own culture, challenges, and opportunities. Beulah supports customers locally in 19 offices, complemented by 16 service stations and 2 manufacturing sites. We believe knowledge is key when put into practice, which is why in our 3 application and training centers in Abidjan, Nairobi, and Kano, we offer various trainings, trials, and laboratory services for the food and feed processing industry. Despite our region's rich potential, we are confronted with distinct challenges. Climate change is reshaping landscapes, while shifting market trends pose new obstacles.
All right, and we're back, and today we are standing at Foodbag and Brand, and he's going to tell us more, and I'll hand over to Martha again. Take us through.
Thank you very much, Floranat and others for coming for AFMASS 2024. Now I welcome you to tell us, what are you doing? What are these products and who are they made for?
Thank you. Natural honey, groundnuts, cashew nuts, cashew nuts, 3 types. Cashew nuts and
In the heart of Africa and the Middle East, where the sun rises on a world of boundless potential, there's a name that brings hope: Beulah. Every day, Beulah touches the lives of billions, quietly working towards a brighter future for everyone. We're more than machine manufacturers. We are your everyday partner, committed to harnessing the vibrant diversity of this continent to create a brighter future. Since the early 1970s, Beulah has had a strong presence in the Middle East and Africa region, which comprises 78 countries, each with its own culture, challenges, and opportunities. Beulah supports customers locally in 19 offices, complemented by 16 service stations and 2 manufacturing sites. We believe knowledge is key when put into practice, which is why in our 3 application and training centers in Abidjan, Nairobi, and Kano, we offer various trainings, trials, and laboratory services for the food and feed processing industry. Despite our region's rich potential, we are confronted with distinct challenges. Climate change is reshaping landscapes, while shifting market trends pose new obstacles. Food scarcity remains a pressing issue for many. In many African countries, desertification and crop reductions, often attributed to climate change, result in post-harvest losses of up to 30% annually. Ethiopia alone experiences the loss of approximately 10 million metric tons of crops each year. We're committed to delivering solutions that acknowledge both the challenges and the immense potential within our region. Beulah isn't just a name, it's a promise. We're here to bridge these gaps, to transform challenges into opportunities, and in close collaboration with our local partners, we strive to establish a world where safe, nutritious food is a fundamental right, not a luxury. Innovations are in our DNA. We believe in the transformative power of data, not just in shaping industries, but in strengthening communities. We aim to share knowledge, provide guidance, and inspire others. Beulah is your trusted partner for life. Join us on a journey to build a world where every sunrise brings hope, every meal is a moment of joy, and every hand finds support in the face of challenges. In the heart of Africa and the Middle East, where the sun rises on a world of boundless potential, there's a name that brings hope. Beulah. Every day, Beulah touches the lives of billions, quietly working towards a brighter future for everyone. We're more than machine manufacturers. We are your everyday partner, committed to harnessing the vibrant diversity of this continent to create a brighter future. Since the early 1970s, Beulah has had a strong presence in the Middle East and Africa region, which comprises 78 countries, each with its own culture, challenges, and opportunities. Beulah supports customers locally in 19 offices, complemented by 16 service stations and 2 manufacturing sites. We believe knowledge is key when put into practice, which is why in our 3 application and training centers in Abidjan, Nairobi, and Kano, we offer various trainings, trials, and laboratory services for the food and feed processing industry. Despite our region's rich potential, we are confronted with distinct challenges. Climate change is reshaping landscapes, while shifting market trends pose new obstacles. Food scarcity remains a pressing issue for many. In many African countries, desertification and crop reductions, often attributed to climate change, result in post-harvest losses of up to 30% annually. Ethiopia alone experiences the loss of approximately 10 million metric tons of crops each year. We're committed to delivering solutions that acknowledge both the challenges and the immense potential within our region. Beulah isn't just a name, it's a promise. We're here to bridge these gaps, to transform challenges into opportunities, and in close collaboration with our local partners, we strive to establish a world where safe, nutritious food is a fundamental right, not a luxury. Innovations are in our DNA. We believe in the transformative power of data, not just in shaping industries, but in strengthening communities. We aim to share knowledge, provide guidance, and inspire others. Beulah is your trusted partner for life. Join us on a journey to build a world where every sunrise brings hope, every meal is a moment of joy, and every hand finds support in the face of challenges.
Finish up and then I can give up.
Attention food enthusiasts. Are you ready to embark on an innovative journey unlike any other? Hold on to your...
Because you guys...
Attention food enthusiasts. Are you ready to embark on an innovative journey unlike any other? Hold on to your aprons because Freddie Hirsch is about to shake things up as an official sponsor and exhibitor at the prestigious AFMASS Food Expo Eastern Africa Edition 2024. The Freddie Hirsch Group is a privately owned customer-centric organization established in 1956. We are the largest supplier of food ingredients, sausage casings, meat processing equipment, and other sundry items to the red meat and poultry sectors of the food industry. We are a manufacturing, distribution, sales, and marketing organization which offers uniquely differentiated products and services through its highly trained sales and technical staff to thousands of independent and supermarket retail butcheries, meat processing factories, poultry processing factories, hotels, and restaurants. We foster long-lasting relationships with innovative partners to deliver quality and cost benefits. With our proud heritage of Freddie Hirsch, we have leveraged our unique competencies as the flavor house for East Africa, a proudly African brand woven into the fabric of taste in Africa. Join us as we unveil specialized technology which has revolutionized the meat industry. Freddie Hirsch is the innovative leader pioneering fresh ways and leading our industry into a new era. Be part of the latest achievements as we bring patented world-class technology to your business. With our history as an African producer and distributor of spices, ingredients, and flavors, we are uniquely positioned as the partner of choice to global and local meat, poultry, dairy, and bakery industries with the overall objective of serving authentic East African tastes. Come understand our signature spice blends that ignite the senses and be a witness to state-of-the-art equipment. Freddie Hirsch is here to redefine the landscape in the foods industry in Eastern Africa and beyond. But wait, there's more. As we gear up for this epic event, we're not just bringing products, we're bringing opportunities. Get ready to network with industry leaders, uncover the latest trends, and forge partnerships that will shape the future of food. So fellow meat processors, hoteliers, restaurant owners, and foodies, mark your calendars and make a date with Freddie Hirsch at the AFMASS Food Expo Eastern Africa Edition 2024. Come explore and be a part of the revolution that's set to ignite your imagination. We strive to bring excellence to the tiniest detail, and we're thrilled to be your strategic partner on this epic adventure. We are Freddie Hirsch, the largest supplier of food ingredients, sausage casings, meat processing equipment. We are proud sponsors and exhibitors at AFMASS Food Expo Eastern Africa Edition 2024. See you at the Expo. Let's make culinary magic together.
So, but I'm not going to give you the chili here because
I told you already today. I'm ready to do it. Oh, no, hold it.
so you're ready, but not that ready. Just give. I'm not.
Welcome to Cranbrook Flavors, where expertise meets innovation in the world of flavor solutions. Welcome to Cranbrook Flavors, where expertise meets innovation in the world of flavor solutions. With over 3 decades of experience, we stand at the forefront of the industry, offering bespoke flavor solutions tailored to our clients' diverse needs. Witness our technical excellence, where our capabilities extend to pioneering chemical creations, precision emulsions, advanced in-house spray drying, innovative aroma chemical synthesis, and the latest in taste modulation units. Guided by our state-of-the-art laboratories and a team fueled by innovation, we seamlessly deliver end-to-end solutions, from conceptualization to execution, all under one roof. Expanding our repertoire to include fragrance development, emulsion technology, sugar reduction innovations, and flavor masking compounds, we transcend to become indispensable partners, not only for bottlers, but for diverse industries alike. With a steadfast dedication to quality and adherence to regulatory standards, we ensure precise label accuracy and compliance for every market we serve. Join us at Cranbrook Flavors, where every flavor tells a story of excellence. Discover the taste of innovation today.
Twenty 2024 marks our 8th edition of AFMASS event in Kenya. But beyond that, we've actually held the same event in Tanzania twice, and we've done the same in Zambia. So the whole concept of AFMASS Food Expo and the whole setup of AFMASS is essentially to provide a platform for the stakeholders within the food manufacturing, retail and hospitality sector to come together, network, do business, learn some new trends and technologies at the conference hall, and thereby facilitate sustainable growth of the food industry value chain in the continent. From our very start, the conference was always a very important part of the event, and we've had hundreds of business leaders and executives come to give their views on the state of the industry. And connected to that, from those 3 booths that we had in the first event, AFMASS has essentially over the years transformed into an expo. The expo is a bigger part of the event now. The conference is a smaller bit of it, but still a very critical part of the event. So still the topics of operational excellence, food safety, over time sustainability came along. We still talk about regulatory issues within the industry. So one key part of AFMASS has been, over time, we have worked very closely with all the stakeholders, whether you're talking about the government, suppliers of new technology, the food industry value chain stakeholders value AFMASS for its very localized content. And also, we ride the wave of what's happening in the continent. It's much easier to go to events. There are bigger events than AFMASS around the world. But when you go to those events, you don't get the pulse of the continent. So AFMASS gives us an opportunity to focus on the African space.
Welcome to Cranbrook Flavors, where expertise meets innovation in the world of flavor solutions. With over 3 decades of experience, we stand at the forefront of the industry, offering bespoke
Attention food enthusiasts. Are you ready to embark on an innovative journey unlike any other? Hold on to your aprons because Freddie Hirsch is about to shake things up as an official sponsor and exhibitor at the prestigious AFMASS Food Expo Eastern Africa Edition 2024. The Freddie Hirsch Group is a privately owned customer-centric organization established in 1956. We are the largest supplier of food ingredients, sausage casings, meat processing equipment, and other sundry items to the red meat and poultry sectors of the food industry. We are a manufacturing, distribution, sales, and marketing organization which offers uniquely differentiated products and services through its highly trained sales and technical staff to thousands of independent and supermarket retail butcheries, meat processing factories, poultry processing factories, hotels, and restaurants. We foster long-lasting relationships with innovative partners to deliver quality and cost benefits. With our proud heritage of Freddie Hirsch, we have leveraged our
you can sell it at double, triple the price. And this is very common, especially for vegetables, which can be done so that you don't have to actually get the loss of the product within the 24 hours by the time it reaches the market. So again, you can see examples of MSMEs that we've actually incubated to actually produce dehydrated products and go out to the market. The third is sauces, condiments, pickles, and chutneys. Again, the basic, simply removing the moisture from it. This level, you can now go a bit further. Yeah, you do not want to remove the moisture, but you want to add in certain things to it. So to make a new product out of it. So you've got the option of simply drying it or simply adding much more value to it. The higher the value you add to it, the more market value you get out of it. Yeah, so you should also look at it in that particular way. There's a Achari Limited. I believe she has just walked out. If I'm not wrong, Stella, you can assist. Achari, Stella. Yeah, so they're making a lot of products from fruits, especially, and they make pickles and chutneys, especially for the Asian markets. So again, they've actually captured the market quite in a big way. They also started with us as a trainee. They were trained in Kirdi. They are still being incubated in Kirdi, so that as they're accessing the markets in a very big way. The next is fruit preserves. Again, you've also heard about jams, jellies, and marmalades, and the rest. Then there are also a big group in this particular case who can actually, you can see the kind of companies which we've been able to support to produce these kinds of products. Do you have any from them? No, fine. Yeah. Next. Then baked goods, again, a very big area for those of you who want to go into bakery. Like I stated again, one is training. Once you've been trained, you might not be able to buy the bakery line at once. So what do you do? And yet you want to produce your cakes, you want to produce your bread, you want to produce your rolls and the rest. So what we are saying is we incubate you. Come and use our facilities for 6 to 12 months as you test the market. Once you are sure of the market, then you can actually go out and sell the products. Examples again are shown here, and these are real examples of people we work with. That's why we came with them. There's Mommy's Choice, Mama's Gold, and Pona Food. So you can see also, other than simple things like the quality, even packaging is very critical for you to access the market. Yeah, you need to package your product well if you want to actually sell it in a proper supermarket.
Thank you.
Yeah.
AFMASS
Who is
2024.
Mommy's Choice?
Who are
Mommy's
giving us
Choice.
the
Yeah, these are
in our test laboratories to ensure our food are safe.
cookies
So
again.
in a
Then
nutshell,
next
can you
is
tell us
Mama's
who
Gold,
Sorella are and what you are doing in the industry?
and then Pona's Foods. Yeah. So then of interest to us also here is
Africa Limited.
you can make a lot of things from wheat. Is the main market. But what are the other options? We've got sorghum, you've got millet, you've got cassava, you've got sweet potatoes. That's where you can also make what is known as gluten-free products. There are a lot of people nowadays who cannot be able to eat wheat-based products. They demand products which do not have wheat. And again, you'll find that the research scientists in Kirby can actually assist you to produce the products that you require which do not have wheat inside them.
is the platform for testing toxins.
The next is again straight and composite floods, like I just mentioned before. These are the what we call them indigenous food crops, and we call them orphan crops, but also very critical. Again, because of a lot of health challenges which people are facing nowadays. These non-communicable diseases. So people are looking for healthy foods which have been with low level of processing. In this case, you can go to produce quite some different kind of products. It's something as simple as simply milling it and packing it well. You can see like what in Momas and Mommies that you've seen here, and also Prona. Very good packaging. That's one end of it. The other thing is the quality, so that you do not actually injure the consumer. That's where now KEBS comes in. So those are the two things. Then you, of course, you need the market, like you've been told. Then you're able to go into the market. So it's something as simple as drying a vegetable. You can go into the market. As simple as milling sorghum and packing it well. You can go into the market. But also you move further, you can now make composites out of it and mix it in different ways. Example here again, the people we've incubated, you can see the examples. And Oja Foods is here with us. Oja Foods also started with us quite almost 2 to 3 years ago, and she's been with us all this time. That's why we try to still support them, even as we go out to the market. So you can see the kind of products which she's making. It's based like from cassava and the rest. The next one, in the dairy area also, how do you make different kinds of products from milk? Other than just the question of cost. You'll buy milk at maybe
Thank
60
you very
shillings.
much.
You
And
make
maybe
yogurt, you make
sorry for
banana out
asking you
of it.
a lot of
We'll
questions.
sell it at
Do you
80
have
shillings. You
some
make yogurt
services
out of
that
it.
you are offering,
You sell it
especially
at
to
100 shillings. So you
those
can
who
see as you
cannot
add
be
value to
able to
it,
afford the
you also
improvements?
get
Can
more
you
profits
offer
out of
the
it. Yeah?
services?
So that you can be able to make different kinds of products out of this. Then again, we're just showing you 2 examples of MSMEs that we've been able to
Maybe I
support
can answer
in this particular area. Then milk, poultry, and fish products. Also, what can you make out of it? Different sausages, meatballs, burgers, patties, rice products. This is just showing you also one example we've worked with in Garissa, where they make what they call nir from camel meat. Again, cutting it into strips, cooking it, then preserving it in oil. A very big market is available for this kind of meats, especially in the Arabian countries, Middle East countries. Yeah. So the possibilities exist, but how do you do it again in a proper way to ensure that customers actually accept your products? Edible nuts and oils, again, a very easy way if you want to go into business as an entrepreneur, because simply what you need to do, dry it. First of all, get the right quality. 2, dry it well. And then 3, roast it. You've seen people selling even groundnuts in the streets. It's a simple, that's value addition. But how do you do it in a professional way so that you can compete with Kenya nuts, for instance, who sell in supermarkets, but the other person sells at 5 bob in the streets, but Kenya nuts is selling at 200 shillings in the supermarket. So how do you compete with such a person? Yeah. So it basically means how do you do it in the right way to ensure that you can reach the market. So there are different kind of entrepreneurs. Food bag, for instance, is a young man. I think he's still a student at Kenya Polytech, a Technical University of Kenya, but he's already going into the business of making the groundnuts. Of course, there's also flora nuts. Flora nuts, where you? So again, this is one of our MSMEs. You'll also see the quality of the packaging and what they actually have been able to produce for the market. Again, you can see it's very basically similar to what you get from Kenya Nut, for instance. Yeah, there's no difference. And the quality is the same, the packaging is the same, and she can sell it at the same price as what you're getting also in the supermarket. So that's what we're trying to encourage as many people as possible. You can start at this point and actually go into the market. The next one. House spices and seasonings. Again, this is a very specialty area. You can think of tropical heat. I believe they're here with us. Yeah. Tropical heat. What again are you looking at? You are just getting the plant material. You are ensuring that it's of right quality. Basically drying it, basically milling it. Then you pack it. That's all that you're doing. Yeah. And that's what you're trying to encourage you. These are the kind of things you can be able to go into. There are a lot of different spices which are used in different foods, yeah? So you can be able to go into different kind of areas. So we've got two examples here again, Chane Gourmets and T&Co. Where are they? Again, this was raised by OJ. You can see Chane Gourmets, yeah? And again, some of these people, you find that this is what you're saying. They just walk into offices and inquire. So it's upon us just to encourage them to proceed with the process. You know, Chane Gourmets, the first time she came to my office and we talked. T&Co, can we look at it again, especially the small ones? You can see the importance of packaging also. That's what I'm talking about, because this is what consumers want. And simply packing it like this, instead of the black tea that you buy in a supermarket, you can actually add value to it by even 10 times. Yeah? You can see the kind of specialty tea that she's making. And this is what she was asking, how can she penetrate, for instance, the Chinese market or the Indian market? So this is what a consumer actually wants, because they feel also that there's value for their money once you also pack it well. Next. Again, this is Chane Gourmets. Again, they're here with us. You can go to see their products. Next. Snack Foods also making of crisps. Many people know of crisps from especially potatoes. But of course, what you're trying to promote also is especially what we call the indigenous food crops, yeah? Or the orphan crops. Some people call them orphan crops because they are being ignored. So you can make them from bananas, plantain, crisps, and arrowroots. Then creativity in this thing, not just making a crisp by putting it in oil, but you can also add in different kinds of flavors so that you can also attract different markets. So for instance, you got only bananas. The banana, you can be able to make normal crisps out of it. But if you add in different kinds of flavors so that you got different products. So you got one raw material you're starting with, but you got different, almost 5 to 6 different product lines out of it. Yeah. So that you can also expand your marketplace, because you'll find some people want it plain, some people want it flavored with chili, some people want it flavored with a different kind of ingredients. And then you're able to capture a bigger market out of it. So we've got a few examples out of here. I believe none of them is here with us today. The next one is honey. Also a very easy thing to go into. We're importing quite a bit of honey in this country, and yet there's a lot of potential to produce the honey. Again, this is a very simple technology to go into. Honey is one of the food products where you do not need to add anything to it. You are simply removing out the other materials and packing. So the key thing you require in this case is your quality system. And this is why now you require some basic knowledge. Once you get the basic knowledge from the right people, then you can be able to do it well. So honey is also a very easy technology to go into if you do it right. So of course, there's the basic honey you can produce, but what do you do with other products out of honey? Because these other products have got even higher value than the honey itself. And this way now you get things like wax, honey wax, which is a higher value, used to make things like candles, especially for people like the Catholics, so that you get very high quality wax, but also can be used to make lotions and the rest. Other things like also propolis. And again, with the honey, if you want to get higher value to your product, you can now infuse it, add in different kinds of things so that it can have a slightly different flavor from what you are used to. Specialty products, again, we've talked about things like the herbal teas. You've seen it's also a specialty product, so that you don't just talk of the normal black tea that we know of. There's also green tea, there's purple tea, oolong tea, and also now teas made from different kinds of plants. Next. Then again, I also talked about mushrooms. There's possibility of also growing mushrooms. So in this particular case, we can also show you one, how to grow the mushroom, although that's agriculture, but nonetheless, we can still do it. Then number two, after you've grown the mushrooms, what do you do with the mushroom? Again, there's a very high demand Most of our mushroom right now, I think, comes from Rwanda. But there's a big demand for mushrooms. If you can be able to supply again, like you heard from my previous colleagues, can you be able to produce the right quantity and the right quality for the market? Because that's what we require. Somebody will not want you to give them 10 kilograms of mushroom today, then next week you say you can't be able to provide. You should be able to be consistent in your provision of the material to the market. So there are different things here. One, you can be able to produce the mushroom itself. Number two, you can be a supplier of what is known as the mushroom spawn or the seed to the person who is actually growing the mushroom. So there are two options you can be able to go into this. The other thing with mushrooms also, it's a fresh product. Again, like you heard about the living plants and how do you handle it. Therefore, you can sell it fresh. That's one option. Then number two, you can simply dry it and mill it. So each stage you're adding value to it, and as you add value to it, you're also increasing the value of the product in the market. Two very good examples we've got here is Kweza. She's not here with us today, but she's also she's a young entrepreneur who is
mixed fruit juice,
who has gone very strong in this market, and they even have a mushroom association. So you can be able to get it from us if you want to go into this area. Then there's the Microtile Limited. This is where I told you earlier, the gentleman or the farm, they're growing the mushrooms on agricultural waste, then using that waste to make formwork. Yeah, these things like the building blocks. Yeah, you see things like this board that has been used in between here. You can make such from agricultural produce, and that's the way you should be able to look at it as an entrepreneur. Now, other things we are doing. Again, you also heard about cooling technologies which are being done. So this is an example of a system which you've set up in Kwale County. Again, working with farmers in that particular area or the fishermen to basically ensure that we produce sufficient ice for them, or they produce sufficient ice for themselves eventually, so that when they go out to the sea to collect fish, it can be preserved. Yeah, so that's one thing. Then number two, also it's a drying system. So it's off-grid. You don't use electricity, but it's a system which you can set up. So you can actually use solar energy to actually dry your produce in this particular part. Then also you can produce the ice to actually cool your produce from the sea. So these are the kind of innovations as researchers we are trying to push out to entrepreneurs so that they can be able to see. So we've installed this system in Kwale County. A second system we're installing in around Lake Victoria region, in Migori County, so that it can actually assist the farmers actually to reduce the losses of their materials when they are harvesting and also before they sell them. The next, I also mentioned we do equipment design and fabrication. Like I told you, we've got agro-processing. Food technology is a very big area for us because most of our clients actually come for assistance in agro-processing. But nonetheless, we also support them in design of equipment. Actually, very simple equipment which you can actually use to actually produce your products. So honey processing, again, if you want to go into honey processing, the question is how do you go about it? So one, we can train you like I mentioned. Two, we can also assist you to fabricate the equipment. Again, take note, honey is very simple because you are simply removing things from the honey, from the raw honey. Then you only get the pure honey that you want. Yeah. Then you can add value to it further. Fruit processing, very critical also. How do you convert the mango into mango juice? How do you convert the mango into mango jam? Or how do you convert the mango into dried slices? Again, we can be able to fabricate for you the equipment so that you can actually be able to produce the product that you require. Oil press, the government is very keen in this particular area.
My name is Simran. I'm the key account manager at MAN.
Oil.
And this
after
is
petroleum products,
Namfeziko. She's our tech. So she does all R&D development, especially for
cooking
beverages.
oil. That's
So
why there's a lot
today
of
we're
argument
here at
about
AFMASS third day.
the taxation of the
We're
cooking
trying
oil
to push
industry.
our beverages.
So again,
today.
this is a very critical area for us.
Predominantly our
The government is
energy
very keen
drink,
for us right now.
because we've noticed that in this
How can
market,
they
energy
actually
drinks are the
increase
key
sunflower
beverage,
production?
especially
That's number one.
against
And then
East
how can they
Africa.
add value to the
So we
sunflower
are
so that we can actually
showcasing
decrease
a lot of energy
the imports?
drinks.
And that is one of the
These are
key reasons
using
why they are
compounds.
insisting on
We have some juices here. And we have
taxation
a regular
of imported
cola
crude oil.
carbonate
That's why the
drink.
argument, if you're following it,
Man
that's why
is
the
also
argument
very
is
well known for
what
its
tax should we put
solutions
on the crude
for
oil? Because we want to
confectionery,
promote
especially
local
gums.
production of
We have
oil.
patents that we
There are some basic things that
have
the country
included
should be
in
able
our
to
gums
produce
to
on
give
our own.
cooling effects.
Just like you can
which
do
has
to produce
obviously been
sufficient maize,
designed
you should be
by
able to
our top
produce oil. So these are
technicians sitting in
basic
both France and South Africa.
commodities you require
We have
for
a
your
sister
nutrition.
company called Deli Spices,
Then,
where
of
we
course,
do all our
making equipment and
marinades,
also
spice
food
mixes,
processing,
coatings,
meat
etc.
processing equipment.
And then on the right we have
The
a
next, of
tasting
course, like I
session
talked
going
about
on.
it,
This
it's
is
a combination.
basically
One is training, two is
and
incubation.
strips, which is using
Once
our
you've been
breading
trained, because maybe you
systems
do not
and
have
coating
financial
systems.
muscle
So
to actually go
yeah,
into
so I'm going to
this.
give
So
it to
training is one,
Fezzi, who's going
incubation
to
is one,
explain
is the next, then
more and
consultancy
exactly
and
how it
also
works.
certification and testing services. So conclusion, as an institution, this is just a brief snapshot what we do in agro-processing.
Yeah, so actually one of the
And
biggest
if you look
things
at
that we see now
our
in this
webpage
region
and our
is
mission
sugar
in
reduction.
our current strategic plan
There's such a
is,
huge tax on sugar,
to provide
and
innovative technologies for
also
industries
people are
through,
health conscious. They
like
don't
mission
want
one,
to consume
quality
beverages
research.
that they don't know how
So
much
we
sugar
need to
is
do the
in that.
research.
And you
For
know,
us
because
as
that has adverse
researchers,
effects
very
on
critical
their
for us
body.
to be known
So
worldwide
we are
is to
doing a lot of work
like
with our sugar
Professor
modulation
indicated.
technologies,
But
where
what is
we
the
are
impact
using them
to
to reduce
the common
overall
180?
sugar
How do we
content
actually
in the
improve your
beverages.
lives?
And
So
that's
that's
a
why
clean
now
label. So it is
is
declared
dissemination
on
of
the
the
label
findings. And that's why I
as
decided
a
to come here
flavor,
today to also
because
talk
it
to
is
you with
not
my officers
an additive.
and also to show you examples
Yeah.
of people who have actually worked with Kirby
Yeah.
and how far they've gone.
Okay,
Yeah.
hi.
The mere
my
fact
name
that
is
they're here with us today and they
so I'm
accompany
the
us
application
when we go out
technologist for MASS.
actually shows that
I'm based in
there are
South Africa,
MSMEs
but
that
I'm
they are still
right
surviving.
So what
We
are
just need to hold their
showcasing on
hands to
Image
ensure
Drinks
that they
today,
move to the next level.
we've got like
The
two
MSMEs I've talked
options, so
about
two
here,
variants.
they also have their
So
stands
the first variant
in the
is
innovator
the
section.
original or the
Innovator
tax
section,
one.
they're all there
So
in the innovator section.
the
So if
variant
you want to
that
engage
our
them, you can
market
also
understands as being
visit them,
your
engage them.
typical
They can also give you their
flavor.
personal experiences
And then the second
of
variant,
their engagement with Kirby,
so I
so that
did
you can
like
actually
a twist,
appreciate
whereby
what you
I
can get out
added
of us
a
and
little
what you
bit
can be
of
able to give
vanilla,
out. We can be able to
just to
give to
give
you.
it that
With those
creamy,
brief
soft
remarks,
taste,
thank you very much for
and
listening to
remove
me,
that harshness
and
of
I'm
the
open
energy
to
drink.
questions and
So
further engagement.
basically,
Thank you.
we prepared this energy drink for using compounds.
Are there
So
any
a compound
questions?
is when you actually make a
Do you have any
combination of
questions?
different ingredients.
Sorry, before you ask
and
any
make it
questions,
like a
I
concentrate
think I had also
to
two
offer
months
like our customers with an
any MSME who I left out, but she's outside there.
our compound are very affordable as well. So basically, yeah.
Thank you so much. And like we say, if you want to understand what you're taking and what project you do, it's still important to come and, have a talk with them. So come join us at AFMASS Food Expo Eastern Africa. We are Sarin Sector, remember, and this is our last day. So you need to make it there. Get back. And I can have something. Okay? So I'm going to
That can be able to serve you. If we can't serve you, then we'll not have a reason for existence. So you should actually be able to exploit
All right. So what
our
are we having?
knowledge to ensure that
I
you
am
start
here
your
and ready.
industries. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly. Come through.
Thank you very much. So I'll
You,
invite all the SMEs here.
chicken to taste.
Take a
We have
photo with
chicken
the
nuggets.
director.
We have chicken bites, and we have chicken strips.
I'll arrange a gift
Yeah,
for
all
you,
of them.
and then I
All
will
of them
invite
have
our
been
next
made with a
guest.
spice and basil.
Please,
The spice is called all-purpose coating, and you use egg-free dip also. Okay.
Amazing.
Egg-free dip is good because those people who have an allergy of eating eggs, you cannot eat eggs, so we will use that egg-free dip, and then we coat it with all-purpose coating.
Let's go into the testing.
Here we
See how I'm excited to make it here.
Yeah, we have chicken nugget.
Now you can watch me enjoy. All right. Amazing. I see we have, you want to come in and taste? You've already tasted? It's amazing, guys. So you need to make it. Come visit, come understand what's going on, what's the ingredients in your food, what you can use, what's safe, what's, and get to enjoy as well. So,
Okay. And what we have here next
we have
are
something
the
else.
crepes made from the flavor from money. You know, money is the producer of the spice of the flavors in the world, and it is based in France. So the product is not ours. All we give them is the flavor. Okay. So you also have to sample the crepes. You sample the crepes.
Which flavor is this?
Chili lemon.
Chili lemon.
Yes.
Who's your target?
Yes. Yes. Anyone can get our products. Our products are, we have from 1 kg to 5 kgs. For seasoning and for marinades. All of them we have. Yeah, they are in our local outlets. All of them are being used in our local outlets. Like when you go to Quick Mart supermarkets, when you go to their dailies, is being mounted in the kitchen. So maybe when you want to do, like, for example, pilau, you want to do a half insert, you'll have to use 1 sachet of that pilau sachet. Okay, and that will help you to know the waste and the weight of what you have made. Okay, it will tell you now when you want to do like, for example, a pilau, it will tell you use an onion this much, you use oil this much, and then you put this much of rice and this much of meat. So after you've done that, you put your pilau will be ready.
So coming from that, I can tell that it's more of large scale.
Yeah, it's more of large scale, but even a single person can also do that. Yeah, because 1 sachet is only for a half insert. Yes.
Current trend in consumers awareness, they are going for natural, plant-based. Are your products made from natural flavors, or the ingredients, are they from natural, the extracts, or what are you doing? Where are you getting your ingredients?
Ingredients are all natural. Yes. Yeah, and we get them from the farm. Yeah, the only thing is we make your work easier. Instead of when maybe you want to do like pilau, you add garlic, you add paprika, you add onions and everything. So everything has been dried up and put together.
You do, and you are really the custodian of the potential of the future of Africa and the future of its economic development. Africa has an enormous potential for growth in agribusiness, and you are leading this growth. I visited some of you and had the opportunity to meet you, an honor to meet you in person and learn a little about the work that you do, and have been enormously impressed. But my enthusiasm about the potential of agribusiness for Africa, it's not only mine, it's fully shared with all my colleagues at Strasbourg Business School. And because we're so enthusiastic about it, and because we believe so much in it, we invest a lot in learning about it, and researching, and studying, and teaching it. And we make sure to stay on the top of the state-of-the-art development in this area, so we can convey the best knowledge to the students attending our programs and coming to learn from us. But one thing that the work that we have been doing over the years has taught us is that we are sitting on a gold mine that has not fully been exploited. And we regard people like you as those who can lead the exploitation of this potential. There is a true gold mine in Africa for agribusiness. As you know, 65% of the world unexploited arable land is in Africa. We have the best weather. The continent as a whole has a whole range of weather conditions that are suitable for the growth of so many different crops. And now with regional trade agreement taking effect and greater regional integration, there are enormous opportunities that have not been fully exploited. And we specifically, our work and research in this area have taught us that there are three particular areas in which this transformation takes place. And I want to share our thinking about this with you. And these are value addition, export, and sustainability. One issue that we're hardly dedicated to at Strasbourg is stop the phenomenon that we see all around us, that Kenya export the coffee bean and import back the coffee, and export the tea leaf and import back the tea, and export the tomato and import the tomato juice, and so on and so forth. There is no reason for that. We want to see coffee on the shelves of the supermarkets in Europe, in America, and we want to see Kenya Gold tea on these same shelves too. And there is no reason why our tomatoes should be processed by Del Monte and not by a local African company. There are no reasons for all that. I know the consumers in those markets very well. I'm one of them. Shopping in these supermarkets and for years before moving to Kenya, and I know how much enthusiasm everybody receives the samples of coffee and tea that I bring when I travel, and people always ask me to get more of them. But I cannot export them. I cannot open up an export business because I'm busy teaching students how to do that. And I want you to do that. We at Strasbourg want you to do that. We want you to take advantage of the opportunities that are out there for us by value addition to what we have, to what we do, and by selling it in world markets. This is where the huge potential opportunities are there for us, and we know that you can do it, and we have the means and the tools to teach you how to do that. So that's about value addition and about export. We are also great believer in the opportunities of sustainability. A lot has been heard about the sustainability challenges, and the challenges are definitely there. We know, and we need to take care of them. But the sustainability story also opens up enormous opportunities, and these are very often being overlooked. I know from visiting the stands of some of you that many of you here have already noticed that and are trying to take advantage of this by developing sustainably or renewable packaging and products and incorporating sustainability challenges into their products and turning them into an opportunity. But we need to think much, much more in this direction. There is much, much more there for us. And the three issues that I mentioned, value addition, export, and sustainability, they all go hand in hand. It's not either or. There is a huge market for sustainable products from Africa, coming from Africa, all over the world. And I want you to take advantage of this. At Strasbourg, we have been working on developing the knowledge of how to do those things, how to take advantage of the opportunity, how to lead the development of Africa via the agribusiness sector for years and decades. We have accumulated substantial expertise and experience of how to teach those things. And we offer multiple programs where we have a master's degree in agribusiness, and we have a whole series of executive programs that tackle different issues that are of interest for professionals like you. Our amazing program director is here with us, Mrs. Mercy Kendi. Many of you know her already. Those of you who do not know her yet, please reach out to her. She has so much more to tell you about the work that we do and the details and the practicalities of our programs. We invite you to take care of all this. We know that we can help you. And I look forward to welcome as many of you on our campuses. Thank you very much.
Came to win, to fight.
I have some kit for you. So I'll invite kids to keep
To prosper, to rise.
Thank you very much.
Maybe that kind of make the pain go away. Trying to forgive you for abandoning me. Praying, but I think I'm still an angel away. Angel away, yeah, strange in a way. Maybe that is why I changed strangers away. They got their guns out aiming at me, but I become Neo when they aiming at me. Me against them, me against enemies, me against friends. Somehow they both speak to become one. A sea full of sharks and they all know what. They start coming and I start rising. Must be surprising. I'm just surmising. I win, drive, score, higher, more fire. To rise, to conquer, to fly, to win, to rise, to rise. Everybody wanna try to lock me in, suffocating every time it locks me in. Painting their own pictures and they crop me in, but I will remain with a toxic skin. I am not a word, I am not a line, I am not a girl that can ever be defined. I am not fly, I am levitation, I represent an entire generation. That is how I know that the time is near, to become alive in a time of fear. And I ain't got no other but the time to fear. Follow my eyes out for days upon days, such a heavy burden placed upon me. But when you go hard, your days become days.
We're going to the next session, making it in the food industry. The focus is on women and women-led businesses. So please don't leave. We're just setting up for these amazing women that are coming right after me. So, yep, please be patient.
Get ready for it. Get ready for it. You know it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. I came to win, to fight, to conquer, to thrive. I came to win, to survive, to prosper, to rise.
Lovely. So I'd like to welcome some amazing women on stage for a panel discussion on making it in entrepreneurship in the food industry in Africa, focus on women-owned and led businesses. So first onto the stage, I'd like to welcome Dr. Jessica Nkwabi, Group CEO, Com Group of Companies. Give her a round of applause as she comes to the stage. I'd love to welcome Dr. Monica Mburu, founder of Alisha Wellness Limited. Round of applause, please. Miss Joki Kibuti, founder and CEO, Too Much Sauce. Round of applause. And last but definitely not the least, Martha Kamau, Laura. Give her a round of applause.
Came to prosper, to rise.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. So I think my first question is going to go to Dr. Nkwabi. Com is a very, very large company. And I know the journey has not been easy to get to where you are today. You didn't start in the food industry, but right now you're in the food industry. Can you tell us how that journey has been?
Thank you very much.
So I'm pleased to be here. As introduced, my name is Dr. Jessica Mojankwabi, the CEO of Com Group of Companies. And our business started over 20 years ago. We started off as small traders. We were just retailing, doing barter trade. And later we decided to venture into agro-processing. Where I come from, it's called Kahama. So during those days, back in 2002, most of the consumers from Kahama, or the Lake region, as we call it, used to be very dependent on products from Dar es Salaam. So we saw that as an opportunity to venture into oil processing, where we started processing oil from cotton. And where I come from, we grow a lot of cotton. Yeah, so we saw that opportunity and we started cotton ginning as well as oil processing. Now, moving on to 2008, again, we saw an opportunity in terms of we had small shops in our area. We didn't have the large supermarkets. So we wanted our consumers to also, get the experience or to be able to shop a variety of products from different places. So we were able to do that and venture into the supermarket sector. We then ventured into the pharmacy sector, as well as the bakery and restaurant sector in 2015. And thereafter, we are now largely expanding into the food processing sector, where we've established industrial bakeries in Tanzania, and we are the largest industrial bakery owners in Tanzania. And we are coming up also with beverage products, milling products. So we are largely expanding into the food processing sector, and I'm happy to be on the forefront of the expansion. And I'm also a researcher. My background is in food processing, and based on that, I also saw opportunities in terms of, how do we, Tanzania as a country, stop being dependent on more imported products. So that's why I also specialized into food processing, and I'm happy to be doing that. And as I support the vision of our group, our company, and as I take up the opportunities in the food processing sector. The journey hasn't been an easy one. Yeah, but what has really helped us as a company is really to be able, first of all, to recognize the needs of the customers. That's key, what customers want, and also to remain innovative based on the market trends. Like, okay, what are we able to offer our customers in terms of more better quality products? That's also number two. Having the right team has also enabled us to grow as a company. And also having good relationships with our suppliers, that's key as well, because you want to keep your costs down as you're doing your processing or your manufacturing. So yeah, thank you very much.
Now, I'd like to also ask Ms. Njoki, your company has a very too much sauce, has like too much sauce. What was running into your mind when you came up with that name, and why did you specialize in this area? Just a minute.
Hello. Thank you so much. Well, yes, our company is called Too Much Sauce. So we're a condiment company that works with smallholder farmers and women within the supply chain in order to help avert post-harvest losses. Why Too Much Sauce? So Too Much Sauce was basically coined during COVID time. Actually, that's when we began the business in 2020. And as we were sitting and I was telling my sister, like, I'm really looking for a name for this particular product. And already I had been going through the process of Kirdi at Kirdi. So during that time is when we thought, okay, what can be catchy? What is it that can, is unique that will make you stop even as you're passing through, you know, and you're like, oh, too much sauce. And so that's how basically Too Much Sauce came about. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really intriguing. It personally intrigued me. Yeah, and then now, Dr. Monica, you also have a background in wellness, and your products are all about nutrition. I guess you people have your samples here, where you can maybe show the audience, they have a look at this is what we have. So how do you incorporate nutrition into crafting your products?
Thank you. My company is Afyarisha, and Afyarisha means nutritious diet. We have therapeutic products. We say that we take food as medicine. And for me, I turned a hobby into a business. It started as a story. I grew up a sickly child with a lot of medication and taking medicine as food. But with time, when I went through the course of food science, I came to realize that I can choose what to eat, and what I take also determines my health and my well-being. We say that you are what you eat, but it's in 3 dimensions. Spiritually, do you connect with your maker? Emotionally, are you positive? Physically, what do you put into your mouth? And that's how I came up with the Afyarisha. And what we have here are products that promote your well-being, boost your immunity. We have different products. We have the chia products. I have the chia seeds there with me, and also the chia oil that is high in omega-3. It's very good to cushion your brain and also to boost your immunity. I have, among the chia products, I also have the chia yogurt, which is a fermented product. It's just the normal milk with chia as a stabilizer, an enhancer in terms of thickening, and also it improves the nutrition quality of the chia product. It's very good. The unique product that I have, and it is something that is quite new, it is the Yacon Herbal Immune Boost. Yacon is a fruit from Peru. It's called Peruvian apple. It looks like a sweet potato, but not a sweet potato, it's a fruit. We have it with us here in Kenya, and I make that immune boost. It is an alcoholic drink, which is very good, fermented, probiotic, and very unique. So for me as a food scientist, I deal with therapeutic products that are good for your well-being. And also, we say that when you take care of your gut, if your gut is healthy, then you're also healthy. So that is my line. Thank you.
So Martha is also dealing in that. Sorry for that. A friend of mine was at her booth and she was like, I have seen some amazing products from a non-food scientist and they're scientists. So I just wanted to tell us a little bit what she's doing in these nuts. I hope.
Hi, and thanks for having me. My name is Martha Kamau. I'm the founder of Furaha Nuts. So Furaha Nuts, or rather Flora Nuts, is basically I turned a healthy program into a thriving business. Having gone through, having suffered hyperacidity for almost 4 years, that meant that most of the products I could not consume. So what happened is I used to use nuts to make milk, to make pancakes and all that. But in terms of snacking, when you walk into a supermarket, there's nothing that is catchy. Like it's just the normal nuts, just dry roasted, salted and all that. But I needed something more interesting. That's why we formulated different flavors. Like there's a very interesting flavor called cayenne pepper and garlic. So just playing with your taste buds and making snacking more interesting and still trying to stay healthy.
Wow. So what I'm getting from my panelists is the products they crafted is from their personal experiences. Are you also getting that? Yes, so just look into your life. What challenges are you going through? Which gaps are you seeing in the industry? And then you can come up with an idea. So I'll go back now to Dr. Nkwabi. All of us here are women. And what's the most common challenge you face throughout your career as a woman in leadership?
Well, thank you very much. For me personally, I would say the culture bias has been there. Not necessarily from, because I come from a very strong business background, so I've always had that support. But in terms of working with different people from different backgrounds, so yeah, that has been a number one challenge. But yeah, I'm happy that right now I'm seeing the trend is changing. I'm seeing a lot of women in leadership positions. I'm also supporting more women to take up these positions and also to venture into entrepreneurship activities so that more are able to see that this is the norm. Thank you.
Dr. Monica, do you have any addition to that? You faced any challenges?
Yes, I would say as a woman and a mother and a family person, you have this challenge of balancing between taking care of your family and running a business. Personally, I'm a lecturer at the university, the Dankimadi University, and my company is a startup company. So I have to balance teaching, research, innovation, business, and family. Those are like 5 items. So that's a big challenge. Another one is the capital to start a business. I've taken almost 4 years to have a Fiadisha kicking because of the financial hindrance that is there. But I would say with a woman, if you keep persisting and also venturing into opportunities that are there, you are able to overcome that. Thank you.
I would like to hear how you overcome this challenge of multitasking. You have lecturing, after Lishe, you have your family. How have you gone about it?
For me, it is not as tough as it seems. Personally, I'm a mother of 8 children as I sit here, and I'm able to handle everything. I focus on what I'm doing, I plan my time, and I also have my leisure time, I have my breaks. Like I would say, 7 days a week. On Sunday, I don't touch anything to do with work or anything else. I take my time to rest and to connect with my maker, and also plan my time. So I find it a bit easy. Maybe I'm a workaholic, I would say, in quotes, but that has been okay for me. Thank you.
Okay, Jackie, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so I think for us, very key points that they have mentioned, the finance aspect, the issue of what we call biases, especially within the food industry, you realize that with some of the products that we make, some people think that it's a hobby. You know, they don't look at this particular business as a business. Whereas if it was our counterpart male who was doing it, it would look like it's actually a business, you know. But for us, sometimes it's deemed as if it's as a by the way kind of a business. And then also one thing that I would want to say maybe would be the issue of this, because I work with women, there's a lot of sexual advances that sometimes some of the within the supply chain, as I've said, I work with a lot of women, people wanting favors from women. I think that has also been a hindrance within for us in the business. And with farmers, especially in terms of our finance aspect, because many of these farmers want us to pay them cash front. So that has been a very big hindrance. And I would say a bottleneck within our industry, because at times going to the big players, the banks, they are not willing to be able to sometimes take a risk on a woman's business, whereas we presented whatever it is that they have required, and they're still a bit sometimes skeptical with financing us. So that is again one of a great challenge that we have been facing. Yes.
Martha, do you resonate with them?
I mean, every entrepreneur, the biggest challenge is always finance. Like, that's the bottleneck of every challenge when you're an entrepreneur, especially being a woman in business. So that's a very big challenge. And also maybe on my side, it has always been market access. So you find that there are already bigger players in the market. So you're here trying to introduce maybe your new innovation or your new product in the market, and it gets to be more of, it's so resisting. So that's another big challenge. So yeah, and also finance, but this is on my own take. And if you are able to, don't fear to take a loan to start a business, only if you use that money to do your business, not to do other things apart from the business that you intended to do. So don't fear to take a loan, but let it be for the right intentions. Yeah.
Nice. So, Dr. Nkwabi, what tips would you give to maybe other businesses or people who want to enter into this space on raising capital? Because it seems everyone is complaining that it's kind of a hurdle.
Sure. Based on my personal experience and what I've gone through, yes, I've been able to secure funding from both local banks, international banks, international institutions. So what has really helped is in the beginning phases, having a sound business plan is critical, because the investors, the banks look at this business plan and what you've written in there, and the returns and how you expect to assess the market, and the justification of what you're trying to sort out in the market, or what you're trying to do in the market. So that's number one. But number two, what has really helped is also as you're starting, when they're able to see that you've started, people come in to support. And do it in phases. It won't happen overnight. It's not that maybe that we grew overnight. It's taken us over 22 years now, and we started slowly in the different sectors, and then based on our plan, we grew slowly, even though we were seeing all these opportunities, but we followed the plan through. So that's also helpful. Number three is also being able to join network groups, I would say, or call them, because we have different groups that offer funding, let's say, for women as well, once you're in those network groups. So they guide you through the process of getting finances, grants that can really help you if you're struggling. And also, what is also helpful is for some of the products, your friends, your family can support, but you also need to sort of have a plan of how to repay them back. So that is also something that can be helpful if you're trying to secure finances.
Just hold the mic. You've talked about networks. So
yes.
How important do you think these networks are? Not only the financing networks, but also the support ones, mentorship in this line of business. And can you share maybe how people can look for these networks? And I will also want the other panelists to tell me if they're in these networks or if they see it as important.
Okay. Thank you so much. To access these networks, so there are several organizations. For instance, in my country, we have business organizations where women can join. We have the Tanzanian Women Chamber of Commerce. I lead young women entrepreneurs, where we come together, support each other, share experiences, but we're also able to sort of raise funds within the network. We are able to offer mentorship, but also receive mentorship, which is also helpful for women to grow in business. And also, that is key when you're looking to grow. So those associations, but also what I've seen that is working nowadays, online, for instance, on LinkedIn. And I meet a lot of people who know me, of course, from LinkedIn, because I like sharing my personal views or my business experiences of what I'm doing out there. And I get people reaching out to me from different organizations. I wouldn't want to mention some of the names here, but from different organizations wanting me to join their communities to be able to impact more women. Or for me as well, it's beneficial because I get to get more experiences from other women, but also network and be able to access other markets through those networking communities that I'm able to join.
Nice. Thank you for sharing those tips. Dr. Monica, are you in such networks?
Okay, yes, I am. I'll talk about two things, the funding itself and the networks. To access funding is not as difficult as it is, especially for women and us who are affiliated to public universities or any university anyway. What you need first is an innovative product or service. Then you turn that to a commercial product. And there's a lot of support in the institutions nowadays. When it comes to funding, like personally, me, I'm at the Kimathi University, we have a good environment where the university supports the innovators. And if it's a commercial product, they come in and give you seed money, but they own 10% of the shareholding, which is good for a university. So that's the beginning. At least when you have seed money of about $500,000, you can be able to brand your products. Then another opportunity is you have so many calls that are there that you can apply and you're able to get funding. And this goes also with networks. Like myself, I'm in the research to commercialization program that is under the Kenya National Innovation Agency and Victoria Ventures. It was a call that was there early this year. We applied, we were selected, we are now cohort 4. So we come for training, we come for networking. There is a lot of support and coaching. And I would say personally, myself, I've learned a lot. I've been able to make a good business plan, to do financial modeling, and I can now face the investors. So the opportunities are there, but do you exploit them? And then do you have an innovative product that you can turn to a commercial product? So opportunities are there, they just need to be exploited. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. So next turn, Joki, also tell us, are you in these networks and give us some examples?
I think we cannot be able to stress the importance of networking.
Expo. We are here to hear
Networking
from
is
Pembe.
very
This is one of the
important.
prime products
They
that
say
we have
your
in the market.
your network is your network.
Maize and wheat products.
I want to
Now
say
we
for
want to
sure,
hear from one of us
networking
here.
and
Please introduce
collaboration.
yourself and tell us.
One thing that MSMEs and SMEs we need to
Hi,
do is
my name is
begin
Kevin
to
Walumbe,
find a way where we can
Executive
be able
working
to
with
collaborate.
Pembe
What is my strength?
Pembe has
What
been
is
in
your
existence
strength?
for the past
How can we
35
be
years,
able to work together
and
to
we
be
value
able to
ourselves
forge forward?
best quality,
Another thing that
some
I
of the
want to
best
mention, maybe in
quality,
terms of
and
networking, the
we are
networks
one
are
of the
there.
manufacturers
But
in
as
the Middle
we are being told here,
So, yeah.
are we ready to, take up the challenge? I am in Kenya Association of Manufacturers. I am in Women in Business. I am in a network called OIT, a network called Above the Radar. So
Then we
these
have
are
Pembe
small
Home Baking.
networks. Above the Radar
This
is
one for
a
chapati,
network for
mandazi. Then
manufacturers,
we have
young
Pembe
manufacturers
Atama.
who are coming
This
into
one
this
for brown
business.
chapati.
Where,
Then you have
you'll
our
be
new
able to
babies,
get
Pembe Self-Serving.
answers
This one
that
for
you probably would
this one
have
for
taken if I was
cakes,
alone.
cream
I would have
cakes,
taken a
cream
much
cake.
longer
Then you
period.
have Pembe
And then it
Mandazi,
also gives
special
me also
for
a space
Mandazi.
where I'm able to be mentored by those who have
So
gone
much
ahead of
for
me,
a very good
which
introductory.
mentorship
And
is
here
very
we have a
important,
lady here,
especially
a
for young
beautiful
people.
lady
I
who is
want to
going
say,
to tell us
if you
why
were
should we
starting
go for this
something,
Pembe.
why don't
She
you
has
come
said
and
that
get an
these are
attachment
some of the
somewhere
good quality
and
products
know
in
how
our
people
market.
are running
And
their
our lady here is
businesses,
telling
know
us,
how to put
when I'm
structure
going
in
to
your
do that
organization.
supermarket, why
It
should I go
might be
to Pembe
small,
to pick
but can you
Pembe
pin it
Why should
down?
I take
Some of these things
Pembe
that I have
surprises
actually
to
been
leave the
able
other
to,
products?
even the networks in terms of
Hi, my good names
business,
are Selina
even
and I.
networking is what brought me
I'd
here.
like to take you
Because
through our
I saw
products.
a friend
First
of
of
mine
all,
already
the
who was
most anchor
who
brand
had
we have is
participated
Pembe
in
Maize Meal.
AFMASS last year.
This one is now
That is
dominating more
Wanjiru
households.
Mambo
The reason as to why I
of
go for
Westpac,
Pembe
and
Maize
she
Meal,
told me, hey,
we have been
come
consistent in the
along.
market.
This is a
Why?
very important,
Our quality is
at
at par.
Expo. So I
When
was
you
really
use
saying, and
Pembe
I
Maize
want to
Meal,
really stress is that
you'll not need to do any
networking,
other brand. Reason
collaboration
being,
is a
it
very
takes you
important
satisfied for a long period
factor.
of time.
Thank you so
You know,
much.
people look at
Nice,
various
nice.
aspects.
And I
There
love
are
that
those who want to
Wanjiru
use a
Mambo is the
brand
one who
because
brought you
it
here. You
will
guys
cook
hold
easily,
your friend's
or
hand.
maybe
And Wanjiru
for the
Mambo is the
current
one who
generation,
now connected
you don't
me
want
to
to
her.
get tired
You
of
see the
washing
importance of
utensils,
networks?
especially the
Right.
ugali pots. But
So do you
for
want to
Pembe,
add
I
anything
assure you,
there, Mother?
you have to do the washing pause.
Okay,
It's
what
not
I'll
that
say is, for
fast
my
cooking, you
business
need
to
a
where
lot of
it
time to
has
cook
been
it
right
because
now
of the
is
ingredients
because of network.
separated. So
And
agreement and say
one thing
your
that I
ugali is ready.
decided to do
You need
is
some good time to
I
prepare the
looked
ugali.
for someone who has
Consistency
been in the
is at
nut
par,
industry
and it's
for
readily
over 20
available in
years.
any outlet near
So
you.
whatever decision I make,
Also look at the
it is
atama.
guided by
This is
whatever
part
my
of the home
mentor
baking category.
had told
This
me.
goes
So
for
were
the
it
brown
not for
chapatis.
that,
You know,
honestly,
nowadays
I
people are
don't know.
health
So
conscious.
network
Why
and
should I do brown
mentorship
chapati?
is very, very, very
Most people are
important
diabetic,
because
but
you avoid making
why should
so
they
many
lack chapatis
mistakes
on their
that
plates?
you will have
We have a
if you're
better
working
option,
alone.
which is
So,
pembe atamak.
I mean,
It's brown in
like
color.
actually
For the
yesterday
brown
I was telling
chapatis,
my
your
friend
household
here
is sorted.
that
And
we
we
should
have
stop
the
seeing each other as
pembe all
competitors.
purpose. I'll call it all purpose.
You need to hold my
simply
hand, I
because
hold your
you
hand,
only not do
and then we move
chapatis,
up together.
but you can
Otherwise,
also do
there are
mandazi.
some stages
But
that
you
I
also
cannot
need
switch
to
alone. So
add some additive,
mentorship,
that is the
looking
baking
for
powder. So I'll say for the chapati,
conferences, it's
people
very
prefer
important
pembe
because
because
even
when
being
kneading,
here,
there
because
is
of
no
network.
struggle anymore.
I couldn't
When rolling,
have,
the
honestly,
dough
be
will
able to
just
support
roll,
the booth,
and
but
there is
because
no
of the
struggle
network,
anymore.
I'm able to
And
be
to
here
add on
today.
it,
So yeah.
most households will do a maximum
Amazing,
of
amazing.
24
You guys
chapatis,
network,
and I
network,
can assure you
network,
our
and
pack
then
can do
probably
more
I
than
pose
24 up to
it as a
26.
3-in-1
That is the
question.
medium
We've
quantity.
been crying about gender
And
equity.
not forgetting,
So how far
when
are
new
we to
babies on
achieving
board,
that in the
we
food
have sales
industry?
rising.
And if there is a
This one
gap,
already has the
what
rating
can we do
agents.
to fill it? And then again, have we neglected the boy child in all this? We start with Dr. Nkabi.
Where I see the gap in the food industry itself is on the processing side, is on the value addition. Because when we look at the food industry in Africa, when we see the smallholder farmers, we are seeing women. Yes, not so much into food processing companies, large processing companies that are really owned by more women. So that's where I see the gap in the food industry. So, yeah, based on that, that's an area of focus where hello? Yeah, so I think we need to address that gap in the food industry itself, where we are seeing more bigger brands or bigger companies that are owned by women, not just as smallholder farmers, but also as large food processors. And we've not neglected the boy child. And yeah, because yes, we are seeing a more push towards initiatives supporting women, but that doesn't mean that the boy child has been neglected. This just means that it's for more women to see other role models, because this is something that has been left behind for such a long time. And now people are picking up, whereas, okay, maybe I'm seeing my fellow woman doing this. Why can I not do it myself? Why can I not engage maybe in entrepreneurship myself? So the boy child has not been neglected in any way. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. So, Dr. Monica, what's your perspective on that?
Thank you. Okay, for me, the issue of gender, the women have been given a lot of attention, and I think we have been able to come up and own businesses. I personally, myself, I came from the industry to the academic, so I have the experience on both sides. And large companies that were owned by men those days, but now we can see women have come up and they are able to take up their position. But neglecting the boy child, yes, it's heading there. We need to be careful. I'm teaching these university students, and I know the boy child is shying away, even from innovations and all that. So there's like a small gap that is coming up where the boy child also needs to come up with a lot of confidence. And
now to Joki.
Well, I have a son, and I'm definitely ensuring that he's being mentored. Mentorship is important for the boys, but I think I want to pose this question back to the men. They have been dominating a business for so many years, and yet over time, when they had that space, I feel like they did not take up the issues. Like, I find women are more community oriented. They are more into mentorship. They are more into, smaller groups. Whereas men, it's, I want to shine alone. I want to pose the question and the challenge back to the men is, are we looking back and actually raising our sons deliberately? Are we helping them so that they can be confident enough to be able to face another girl who is in university, their counterpart, And I want to really challenge the men to take up the space and begin to now mentor the younger generation, the younger boys, the younger men, so that they can also be confident enough within the space. I think there was another question you had asked apart from that, which was what, Catherine?
Oh, I asked that how far are we with the gender equity in the food industry in Africa? And if you're not yet there, what's the gap?
Okay, another thing maybe I would also say is illiteracy. It's still there, because even when we look at it, it's a lot of women who are still in these small kind of businesses. So even in terms of women, we have a long way to go in order for us to be where, where the male counterparts are at the moment, because there's a lot of women who are still doing maybe just one crop or just doing the farming, the smallholder farmers, they are, as you say, Dr. Ria said, they are usually, and they are mainly women. But now illiteracy, we need to begin to start teaching them, what else can I do? Apart from, okay, yes, I have these tomatoes. What can I be able then to do in order to add value, to be able to then move myself from where I am in terms of just one crop to then add value, to be able to get a maximum profit from this. So I think illiteracy is is a major issue, and we can be able, for us as Too Much Sauce, one thing that we have done and one thing we are doing as a social responsibility is educating the woman, educating our farmers, educating the women within the supply chain, value chain, so that they can also be proud of and take up these things so that they can be able to be proud of what they are doing. So that's one of the things that we're doing. Thank you.
Nice, amazing. So,
okay, on that conversation, I feel that I'm actually happy to see that women are coming up very fast. And I'm happy to see that right now, if I work in an office, the CEO is a woman. That feels good. But also, I think, like Joki is saying, there is so much illiteracy. I think we assume that people know, but to be honest, they don't know. So it is up to us who are coming up to educate the ones that actually don't know. Whatever knowledge I have, I share it down such that 20 years from now, I need to hand over the company to somebody else. So if I don't train them now, what is going to happen then? During that time, they don't have an idea of what is going on. So I think it's a two-way traffic. What I know, I be willing to share it down such that I'm creating another whole generation, both for men and women.
Amazing, creating a generation for both men and women. Men, are you ready for this new generation? Are you ready for this new generation? Yes, I think I'll pose my final question to Dr. Nkwabi. At Com Group, what have you done to support your fellow women and maybe also ensure that we reach this gender equity?
Well, at Com Group of Companies, as a company, first of all, our policies itself support both genders, both male and women, ensuring that we have equal pay for the jobs that are available, equal opportunities for all, no discrimination, but also flexible working hours for women. Yes, we also train them because we are into manufacturing, food processing. So we make sure that we are training them regularly to take up other more positions, sophisticated positions. Yes. And to take up also leadership positions for more women to be in our boardroom. Yeah.
Nice. On to something fun to close the session. Can you tell us one fun fact about Dr. Nkwabi?
Okay, well, for me, I would say I'm passionate about food processing. I'm passionate about women entrepreneurship, and I'm really big into promoting that. So yeah, if you're a young woman entrepreneur looking for guidance, looking for mentorship, you can reach me out. Thank you.
Great, great. Dr. Monica, what's one fun fact about you?
Okay, thank you. For me, I'm a natural woman. I believe in protecting nature and letting nature be as it is. If you look at my products, they are all natural, nothing is additive. And even myself, as I sit here, I'm natural. I let life just flow like a river. I don't force it up the mountain. That is who I am. Thank you.
Nice. Jackie?
Hello. Yeah, one fun fact is that I don't know how to cook ugali.
Oh my God. I am here to teach
I'm
you.
seeing some people in the audience saying, even me. Yeah, so it's okay.
I'm open for lessons.
Well, fun fact about me is I am a creative person. I'm very sure if you ask a friend of some of my friends who know me well, they think I should be in the fashion industry. They actually don't know what I'm doing in the nut industry. But my creativity, I'm trying to now create fun flavors in the nut industry. So I'm still creative.
Nice, nice. So actually, it takes creativity to come up with such products. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so on to my audience. Do you have any questions for my panel before we leave? Any questions from you? You're good. A one, a two, I'll close. There's someone there with a question.
Hi, my name is Rosemary from Rabbit Space Africa. So about the network, the network that you've talked about, all of you, the networks that I've had you mention, they are for the big boys, in quotes, big guys now, yeah. So what suggestions do you have for networks for startups? Because now, like for example, you've mentioned women in business, those ones, the entries, the entry payment charges, yeah, they are too high for a startup. So what's your suggestion?
Let me tell you guys, to be honest, I keep telling my friends and I say that we are our own solution. The moment you begin to look outside of yourself, then you begin to be so desperate, you know. So I would, number one, ask you, what are you doing? What space are you in?
Rabbit space.
Oh, the
Africa.
rabbit space, yeah? So in manufacturing also.
Yeah.
You're adding value, right?
Yes, yes.
So one of the things that we did, we started going for these calls. You see, like usually USA usually bring calls, people to come so that they can be able to be trained. And that's how you begin to start growing your network. So maybe they'll call people for an accelerator course. They'll call people for networking. So always follow those pages. Follow CAM. They usually have sometimes free trainings. They usually have sometimes free site visit for factories. That's how I started. I started just by going for the free ones. And once I got there, I started saying, hi, they are like-minded people that I can be able to connect with. And that's how I started now getting some of these networks. So not all of them have to necessarily be for paying or a subscription, but start with where you are, with what you have. Do you have friends? Even here, come network with people. Oh, by the way, do you guys have any time that you meet with people, to network, etc.? So always look out for those spaces. Yeah.
I would also like to add to that. I don't think networks are for big people. Like here at AFMASS, we are creating network. Then there is the Kenya National Innovation Agency. I'm not a staff there to promote them, but that's our national agency that supports innovators. always check their website to see whether there is a call that you can apply. You just need to have an idea that is commercializable and they support you. I think for me, that's where I started. And so far, I have built my networks. I've been supported free for sure.
Maybe just to add on that, you can check out the African Food Change Makers. So support startups, they support several businesses, and they do have training opportunities. They do have grant opportunities. They show you how to apply for different grants. And through that, you can also network with other associations through them. Thank you.
Okay, what I will say is, especially on social media, there is something we call garbage in, garbage out. So you see whatever you search on your phone, even if you're not interested, it's keep popping up. So maybe if you search, let's say, trainings or exhibitions, even if you're not interested, it always have a way of showing up. So that's another way of finding this network, such that when there is a call for any agency, you are able to know that it's there. And just apply. I mean, you can even apply 5 of them and only one gets back to you. So just keep on applying. It doesn't have to be, it's not expensive. It doesn't have to be expensive. Yeah.
Okay, one more question. One more question, then you close. No question. Right. Oh, thank you. It has been such a lovely panel. It's been so nice having you. And I hope we get to network more and be on other panels with you, even outside AFMASS. Okay.
Thank you so much.
We'll take a group photo before you leave.
Never gonna be that girl who's living in a Barbie world. You wake up and make up and play down, pretending that I need a toy. So treat me like a toy. I know you're the girl when I'm wearing expensive things, that's the ring, but I know I feel that you're playing on the string. You ain't gonna need it. Oh, I don't know what you've been told. Yeah, right. He's gonna hold the world. This is where I'm gonna be, because I wanna be. I don't wanna sit still. Pretty. You get up, running up to my dream. We get down, this is where we are. I know I'm never gonna be, because I don't wanna be. I don't wanna sit still. Pretty. Nights, one night. They wanna take control. Never bounce by so low. There's no way she did it right in her life.
Thank you very much. We had a wonderful session. So we have an announcement to make. Yes, so don't be in a hurry to leave. We have an announcement to make. I'll invite Vivian to come and give us a small announcement before we take a break, and then we'll be right back. Sawa.
This announcement goes to the exhibitors and all attendees. We'll be having an awards from 4:30 for the best branded booths, for the most engaging booths, and many others. So this is just to tell you, as much as it's the last day, please don't leave early. There will also be drinks, a couple of drinks for all of us. And yeah, that's it for the exhibitors and the attendees. Also, there will be a panel discussion, making it in the food industry in Africa, focused in entrepreneurs and young professionals. It starts at 2 p.m.
Sawa sawa. I hope to see you guys at the 2 p.m. session, and also for the awards at 4:30. See you right back. Thank you.
Sure, I'm a pretty girl in a pretty world, but they say pretty words, and I don't Yeah, I'm a pretty girl up in a pretty world, but no one wants to deal pretty. Sure, I'm a pretty girl up in a pretty world, but they say pretty hurts, and I don't wanna sit still. I'm a pretty girl up in a pretty world, but no one wants to sit still. Oh, I don't know what you've been told, but the sky right here's gonna hold the world. Yeah, that is where I'm gonna be. Because I wanna be, no, I don't wanna sit still, look pretty. You get off running at 2-5, dream of picket fences and trophy wives. But no, I'm never gonna be, cause I don't wanna be, no, I don't wanna sit still, look pretty. Oh, I don't know what you've been told, but the sky right here's gonna hold
Welcome to Cranbrook Flavors, where expertise meets innovation in the world of flavor solutions. With over 3 decades of experience, we stand at the forefront of the industry, offering bespoke flavor solutions tailored to our clients' diverse needs. Witness our technical excellence, where our capabilities extend to pioneering chemical creations, precision emulsions, advanced in-house spray drying, innovative aroma chemical synthesis, and the latest in taste modulation units. Guided by our state-of-the-art laboratories and a team fueled by innovation, we seamlessly deliver end-to-end solutions from conceptualization. Welcome to Cranbrook Flavors, where expertise meets innovation in the world of flavor solutions. With over 3 decades of experience, we stand at the forefront of the industry, offering bespoke flavor solutions tailored to our clients' diverse needs. Witness our technical excellence, where our capabilities extend to pioneering chemical creations, precision emulsions, advanced in-house spray drying, innovative aroma chemical synthesis, and the latest in taste modulation units. Guided by our state-of-the-art laboratories and a team fueled by innovation, we seamlessly deliver end-to-end solutions from conceptualization to execution, all under one roof. Expanding our repertoire to include fragrance development, emulsion technology, sugar reduction innovations, and flavor masking compounds, we transcend to become indispensable partners, not only for bottlers, but for diverse industries alike. With a steadfast dedication to quality and adherence to regulatory standards, we ensure precise label accuracy and compliance for every market we serve. Join us at Cranbrook Flavors, where every flavor tells a story of excellence. Discover the taste of innovation today. Welcome to Cranbrook Flavors,
So the whole concept
where expertise
of
meets
AFMASS
innovation in the world
Food
of
Expo
flavor solutions.
and
With
the
over
thing-
3
and the
decades
whole
of
setup of
experience,
AFMASS is
we stand at
essentially
the forefront
to
of
provide
the
a
industry,
platform for
offering bespoke
the
flavor
stakeholders
solutions
within the food
tailored to our
manufacturing,
clients' diverse needs.
retail and hospitality sector.
Witness our technical
together,
excellence,
network,
where our
do
capabilities
business,
extend to
learn
pioneering
some new
chemical
trends and
creations,
technologies at the conference hall,
precision emulsions,
and
advanced
thereby
in-house spray
facilitate
drying,
sustainable growth of the
innovative
food
aroma
industry value
chemical
chain in the
synthesis,
continent.
and the latest in
From
taste
our
modulation
very
units.
start, the conference was always a very
Guided
important
by
part
our
of the event.
state-of-the-art
And
laboratories
you've had
and a
hundreds
team fueled by innovation,
business leaders
we
and
seamlessly
executives
deliver
come
end-to-end
to give their
solutions
views on
from
the state of the
conceptualization
industry.
to execution,
And
all under one
connected
roof.
to that,
Expanding our
from those tributes that
repertoire
we
to
had
include
with the
fragrance
first event,
development, emulsion
AFMASS has
technology,
essentially over the years
sugar
transformed into
reduction
an expo.
innovations, and flavor masking
The expo
compounds,
is a bigger part of
we
the event now.
transcend to become
The
indispensable
conference is
partners,
a smaller bit
not
of it,
only for bottlers,
but still
but
a
for
very
diverse
critical part of the
industries
event.
alike.
So
With
still
a
the topics
steadfast
of
dedication to
operational
quality
excellence, food safety,
and adherence to
overtime
regulatory
sustainability came along.
standards, we ensure
we still talk
precise
about
label
regulatory
accuracy
issues
and
within the
compliance
industry.
for every market we serve.
So one key part of AFMASS has been, over time, we have worked very closely with all the stakeholders, whether you're talking about the government, suppliers of new technology, the food industry value chain stakeholders value AFMASS for its very localized content. And also, we ride the wave of what's happening in the continent. It's much easier to go to events. There are bigger events than AFMASS around the world. But when you go to those events, you don't get the pulse of the continent. So AFMASS gives us an opportunity to focus on the African space. Okay, my name is Francis Juma, and I'm the founder and CEO of FW Africa. 2024 coincidentally actually marks the 20-year journey of what has become known as AFMASS Food Expo. The concept for AFMASS began when I got an opportunity to visit a foreign country, and I was there for probably 2 months, and I got the opportunity to visit food companies, suppliers to the sector, associations. And one thing that I really got to note were the tens of magazines that I found wherever I used to go. And when I came back, I took the opportunity to sign up to some of these publications. Having been born in Kenya here, grown up here, and ended up studying food science and technology at the university. So one thing that I really got to note was the gap that was there in Africa for information resources that could be used by the food industry stakeholders in the continent. So when we started off, with our Food Business Africa magazine, which is now probably in its 11th year or so, going to 12. And from Food Business Africa, the idea of providing a platform to tell the story of the African food industry was born. And as we went on and on, growing the brand, very soon, as part of this whole setup, was the idea of events, because magazines provide information on a regular basis. We established websites for foodbusinessafrica.com then, and then eventually we had the concept for hosting an event for the food industry stakeholders. That's where AFMASS Food Expo came from. So the first edition of AFMASS Food Expo started as a very different kind of thing. Our first event was held at Strathmore University in Nairobi, and it was basically a conference with 3 or 4 exhibitions booths outside. So by then, what we had was a conference talking about operational excellence, manufacturing issues, food safety. So from that inaugural event in 2015, we've grown the event to some significant level. But then, in relation to our magazines, this year marks 11 years since we started publishing the magazines. And now in the food industry, it's no longer just Food Business Africa. We have a magazine for the milling sector, Milling Middle East and Africa. We have Dairy Business Africa, which is one of our newest publications serving the dairy industry. We have Fresh Produce Middle East and Africa, which serves the fruit and veg, spices and herbs sector. We have magazines in food safety Africa. And beyond that, we also have magazine on packaging, sustainable pack and print, which is very interesting because packaging is a big part of what the food industry is. But beyond the food sector, we also have Healthcare Middle East and Africa, which is a very interesting magazine for the health and pharmaceutical sector. And then we have our biggest and widest publication called Africa CEO Voices, where we do talk to CEOs and businessmen and leaders on transforming Africa. The development of AFMASS over the years, from our perspective, is truly reflective of the great transformation of the food industry in Africa over the last 10 to 15 years. When we started out AFMASS in 2015, the industry was at a very different level. The food manufacturing has always been a key part of the economy in Eastern Africa and other parts of Africa. But before then, there was, yes, there were big companies. Diageo was here, Coca-Cola was here. But what I've seen over the last few years, as we report in our magazines, is we've had more multinationals come into Africa. And these could be suppliers of equipment, ingredients, dairy companies. The big dairy companies are now invested in Africa. The beverage companies are all here over the last 9 years or 10. But beyond the big giants is also the ballooning of the local entrepreneur. So whether you go to the milling sector or the bakery sector or the fresh produce or the dairy sector, the local entrepreneur in Africa has made a lot more strides, even more than the multinationals. And this is something that really is reflective when you come around AFMASS and you observe what is on show, and also the kind of people that you meet at AFMASS. Beyond the food manufacturing sector is a major transformation of retail. Yes, formal retail is still, in many countries, less than 10%. In Kenya, it's around 30%. In South Africa, it's much more, 70+%. But what I realize around the transformation of the retail sector is that we are still just at the base of it. Let's take Kenya, for example. The biggest retailer in Kenya, and by extension the Eastern and Central and Western Africa, right now is a Naivas supermarket. Started in 1990, they just crossed the 100 store number in the last few months. But then let's take the case of South Africa. So ShopRite Group, which is the biggest retailer in the continent, as at July 2023, had 3,500 plus stores, majority of them in South Africa. And yet, they are still not able to serve the whole of South Africa, which has only a population of 61 million at this time. So when I look at the retail sector, take the big giants, Nigeria, 200 plus million people. Barely do you see any structured formal retail. Ethiopia, 110 million people. Barely do you see any structured retail sector. And these are the countries that when I look forward to, if you look at the numbers from terms of population and urbanization, Nigeria, Tanzania, DRC, Ethiopia, and many other African countries are going to be tremendously transformed over the next 10 to 15, 20 years. Beyond that, into the hospitality segment, the big hotel brands are already in Africa. The big quick service restaurant chains are already in Africa. The numbers are still small, but what I know is that in the next 15, 20 years, the transition we've seen in the last 10 years is going to be a dot in the history of the continent. So we are quite glad that AFMASS is really reflective of what's going on in the greater economy of Africa. 2024 marks our 8th edition of AFMASS event in Kenya. But beyond that, we've actually held the same event in Tanzania twice, and we've done the same in Zambia. So the whole concept of AFMASS Food Expo and the whole setup of AFMASS is essentially to provide a platform for the stakeholders within the food manufacturing, retail and hospitality sector to come together, network, do business, learn some new trends and technologies at the conference hall, and thereby facilitate sustainable growth of the food industry value chain in the continent. From our very start, the conference was always a very important part of the event, and we've had hundreds of business leaders and executives come to give their views on the state of the industry. And connected to that, from those 3 booths that we had in the first event, AFMASS has essentially over the years transformed into an expo. The expo is a bigger part of the event now. The conference is a smaller bit of it, but still a very critical part of the event. So still the topics of operational excellence, food safety, over time sustainability came along. We still talk about regulatory issues within the industry. So one key part of AFMASS has been, over time, we have worked very closely with all the stakeholders, whether you're talking about the government, suppliers of new technology, the food industry value chain stakeholders value AFMASS for its very localized content. And also, we ride the wave of what's happening in the continent. It's much easier to go to events. There are bigger events than AFMASS around the world. But when you go to those events, you don't get the pulse of the continent. So AFMASS gives us an opportunity to focus on the African space. And even as we grow the event beyond Kenya over the last few years, we are really cognizant of when we go to a country or to a region to provide content that is relevant to that sector. Let me give an example. Cocoa is a very big crop out of Africa, but not many countries have cocoa. Coffee, one of the biggest crops. Tea, one of the biggest crops. But one thing you notice about those three commodities is that they are very localized. So while cocoa is a lot more in the Western Africa side, Ivory Coast and Ghana are the top two producers around the world. Coffee tends to be more into the east, even as you have some coffee in West Africa. But the big part of coffee is in Uganda, is in Ethiopia, is in Kenya, and other countries that surround these three countries. So by localizing content, we're able to provide the industry stakeholders with the right information that they can rely on to run their businesses. I think the 8th edition of AFMASS we are reaching a very critical point with AFMASS. I think the first point of hosting an event outside Kenya in 2017 in Zambia was a big one for us. The first event to be held in Zambia, which was a conference and exhibition for the food industry stakeholders. Going to Tanzania was key for us. This year, going to Uganda will be key for us. And as we plan now to go into the West African side. At this year's event, we've been able to concretize a lot of ideas that we think can make the event be more useful to the key stakeholders within the food industry value chain. What I see this year is an opportunity for us to probably achieve some milestones that we really think are key for the event. An event is made up of many things, but I think the key thing is to have a growing list of exhibitors and that are also offering a diverse range of products. When someone walks in, they probably are not just walking in to buy a machine or to look at a machine they could buy in the future. They are looking at ingredients. They are looking at packaging. They are looking at cold chain and supply chain. They are looking at food safety and laboratory and compliance systems. That is what the food industry is looking for. So this year, what I see is a growth of at least 50% from last year in terms of the flow. We've added an extra hall this year from what we had last year. The 50% growth in exhibitor numbers is also quite interesting because for the first time,
and then explain why.
We want to start now, but then we're going to inculcate this with some music. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're gonna raise
...2024 marks our 8th edition of AFMASS event in Kenya. But beyond that, we've actually held the same event in Tanzania twice, and we've done the same in Zambia. So the whole concept of AFMASS Food Expo and the whole setup of AFMASS is essentially to provide a platform for the stakeholders within the food manufacturing, retail and hospitality sector to come together, network, do business, learn some new trends and technologies at the conference hall, and thereby facilitate sustainable growth of the food industry value.
and
one
systems.
touch.
So
Actually, we can
basically,
just-
we are.
If you see, we'll just do, for example, espresso, and it will brew an espresso after grinding the beans, which is taken from here. It's grinding right now, and it will give you an espresso shot. So we have different machines with all Italian from Psycho and
Welcome to Cranbrook Flavors, where expertise meets innovation in the world of flavor solutions.
it's individuals, hotels, resorts, a lot of embassies, foundations, NGOs. A lot of them are our clients now, which are enjoying our coffee in their offices, in their hotels, for their customers. So we have been doing all of that in Kenya. And yes, we are picking up customers like us, likes us, because of our after-sales service, our customer-centric approach. We do on-site servicing. We cover the warranty locally. We have spares for all the machines which we deal in. Our uptime for our machines is more than 99.9%. So that's what we have been doing in Kenya now. And yes, we are growing with our machines.
Thank you very much. So you are there. We're heading to July, the coldest month in the region, and you're there. You are thinking of which business I'm going to start. You have the equipment here that you can get and be making people coffee shots as I'm taking here. But now, before I encourage you to come, how affordable are your products?
Again, that is a subjective question, because if you're looking for your business, it's how much you're selling, because these are long. These machines can serve you very long. It gives you excellent cup of coffee. Even if you're selling it for 200, 250 shillings, definitely customers would buy it because of the quality we're giving. You would be most of it would be actually moving instant coffee to freshly ground coffee, a freshly brewed coffee. So that also helps, the Kenyan economy in terms of beans, because that's what we are growing in this country and one of the finest beans in the world. Okay. And yes, our machines start from somewhere around 150,000 going up to as high as 550,000. But again, depends from business to business. And we are working towards bringing smaller machines for households. And our smallest machine, yes, is being used by a lot of individuals and small offices who love their coffee. And that's yes.
Thank you very much. So as we are pushing for Buy Kenya, made in Kenya, we are here. We have the machines that we can use our beans to make coffee in our offices. In everywhere you are doing your business, you can have a joint where people can take coffee, fresh coffee from this company. This one is they are called
brand is
Bean to Cup. So you can visit Bean to Cup, come and consult them, and have this machine in your office for a delicious coffee as I'm taking now. Thank you very much and welcome back. And thank you, AFMASS 2024.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ona vile umebea client kisha
Welcome to Cranbrook Flavors, where expertise meets innovation in the world of flavor solutions. With over 3 decades of experience, we stand at the forefront of the industry, offering bespoke flavor solutions tailored to our clients' diverse needs. Witness our technical excellence, where our capabilities extend to pioneering.
bring them coffee.
Attention food enthusiasts. Are you ready to embark on an innovative journey unlike any other? Hold on to your aprons because Freddie Hirsch is about to shake things up as an official sponsor and exhibitor at the prestigious AFMASS Food Expo Eastern Africa Edition 2024. The Freddie Hirsch Group is a privately owned customer-centric organization established in 1956.
business solutions. We build interventions that are impactful and sustainable, interventions that address systemic issues in society. So in East Africa, we have businesses like Soko Fresh. I don't know whether you've heard of Soko Fresh and Shabani Pro, which both address post-harvest loss through solar powered cold storage and validation specifically. We also have companies called Halisi Pro and Kilimo Connect. These are input, training, and market solutions that are geared towards transitioning farmers from conventional farming, chemical inputs and all that, into more sustainable practices such as regenerative farming and organic farming. So that's what we do at NView.
Okay, while we're at that, you build impactful and sustainable ventures at NView, right? Tell us what it entails for you, who wants to be successful building your own ventures.
Yes. So in order to be successful building a venture, so there's two sides of the coin. One side is the technical aspects of a business, because a venture is a business at the end of the day. And then the other aspects, or the other side of the coin, is the people side. So on the first side, which is technical, it's essentially about the business. What problem are you solving? Do you understand the problem well enough? Are you able to define it to the team? Because sometimes we say this is a problem, but when you really dig and unearth, you find that that is just a symptom to the actual problem. So being successful, building a successful business entails you understanding the problem, you building a solution that actually addresses that problem, ensuring that the solution that you're building is feasible, operationally feasible, and also financially feasible. But you also have to make sure that it's viable, and this is commercial viability. Commercial viability is all about the money, right? Is there a market for it? Will it fly when you launch it? Who are your target customers? How big is your market? What's your market size? Who are your competitors? How do you stand out amongst the competition? So you do need to look at all these things. But also now on the people side, that's the technical. On the people side, you do need to have the right team, because having the right team working with you is like half the work done. These are people who need to complement your skills, people who complement your strengths, and all that. So you do really need to have the right team in place when building a venture to make it successful. It's like, I promise, 50% of the work done. The other thing is about you as a founder or you as the entrepreneur. These aspects that just make it easier for an entrepreneur to succeed. And this is like aspects of personality. So number one is, do you have intrinsic motivation for that solution that you're building? Have you fallen in love with the problem, not even the solution? Are you really passionate about that problem and really want to solve it? Is that your thrill? So intrinsic motivation is number one. Number two is emotional stability. So often when you're building ventures or any business, whether it's in agro or any other sector, you're going to come across challenges that some of them seem insurmountable, but you need to have emotional stability to go through these challenges, right? If you're applying for a fund and you get an email saying the fund that you applied for did not go through, rejected, how do you react? Do you just flip and go and just dump it all on your team members? You do need to have that emotional stability, but as well as
Can I throw this? Thank you very much.
Huyu mzee niliongea na huyu jana.
Haya, naenda kwa controller, naenda kungoja na signal.
Actually, you know, it's a surprise if someone comes here to the expo and buys an equipment.
Unakuja wapi na 400,000?
Kuna mtu amenunua. Kuna mtu alinunua. Ati nilikuwa hapo jana nikiwauliza. Kuna mtu alinunua mashine. I think
yeah, alikuwa over expectation.
Unajua nawaambia hivyo kama organizers ndio feel.
Tumesumbuana hadi tulikuwa marafiki.
Tumemfanyia interview. Ana venye alikuwa anasema vizuri.
Hapana, ukisema nini ataniona.
Hapana, imagine ana shida.
So that's why I saw this camera.
Shike. Lakini pia AFMASS tumeshiba huku. Leo mama kuunganisha.
Nionyeshe ni wapi.
Wako ready?
Hawakufanyiwa. Nimeongeza tena double shot, lakini kakofi kangu sitaki kaingie kwa product daktari hapa.
You can continue because you are.
Yeah, when people come, don't mind.
Continue. Continue. What I need is.
Because now it's on the
Oh yeah, have a taste of that. And
Sasa daktari, tutakuwa katikati, ndio mimi nikae hapa kando so that we can be able to reach all the products. Showcase hapa test. Wako nayo pale kwa kona. So kako anaweza sana hapa nishatoka nako. She's a she's you can hold the product.
Population. Okay, thank you. I'm Monica Mboro. I'm the CEO of Fialisha Wellness Limited, a startup company at the University of Kimathi here in Nyeri. And what I've been doing, I'm a food scientist. I've been working on functional food products and research. And out of my research, I commercialize the outputs. At this company, we have commercialized various products. I would say I'm the key researcher in chia seeds. And these are what are chia seeds. They are rich in proteins, the omega-3 fatty acids, and dietary fiber. Very good for your gut and boosting your immunity. We have packaged the chia seed as a product under the Fialisha. We are selling that, but right now we have exhausted the products, but we have the chia for display. But the chia seed gives us very good chia oil, which I can show. One of the products that we have, the chia oil, is we have the omega-3 tablets. They are capsulated chia oil. You just take 2 as you go to bed, and they are very good for your health. It cushions your brain and very high in omega-3. We know omega-3 has to be protected, so we don't just sell it as normal oil that you take with a teaspoon, but we give you capsulated. Very nice. And another product we have out of chia is the protein concentrate. After extracting the oil, you get the flour that we sell as a product, and it's a very good immune boost, I would say, because of the high concentration of protein. You can use it as a soup thickener. You can use it as a gravy mix. You can add it to uji for your children, or even when you're making porridge at home. Then out of that, we have integrated chia seeds with oyster mushrooms. We use the biomass at the farm to farm oyster mushrooms, and we have very good products. We sell the fresh mushrooms. We also have the dried ones. They taste like meat. They are very good. And before I go away from chia, we also have chia yogurt. This is just normal milk that we add chia as a stabilizer, a thickener, a nutrient enhancer. Very good product. You should have a taste of this and also take home to your children and your family. Very good, and it's all natural. So we are selling that. We flavor with different formulations. We have the vanilla, we have the strawberry, we have the mango, and natural for those who do not take any additions. Then you can imagine that we have a cow cake here. Imagine this, a cow cake, and soon it is going to be a commercial product. What happens is the chia biomass, we use it to grow mushrooms and get a product out of it, and we also use the waste. Combination of the waste, we ferment with molasses and you have a cake for your cow. You can imagine when you're milking your cow and it's dancing and it's enjoying a cake, like a birthday cake. Those are the chia products. Now, apart from that, I'm doing the herbal formulations. And what I'm doing is I use the herbs to extract the essential bioactive compounds that are good for your health. First, we have a formulation of hibiscus, the lemongrass, and rosemary. Is very good. Just a tea bag. When you put it in water, it gives you something like this, which you can sweeten the honey and you take in your office. We are telling people to stop taking too much of tea. I'm not saying that tea is bad, but too much of something is not as good. Yeah, we said that for an adult, a lady should take like 3 liters of fluid in a day, and a gentleman should take 4 liters of fluid in a day. But doesn't mean that fluid is flasks of tea. It has to be a combination. So this is part of the fluids that you take. And even switching away from chia, when you put it in water, is gels. You just take that and it nourishes you and boosts your immunity. So out of the herbal formulations, we have come up with some recipes here and very good products. This is a fruit that I'm promoting at the university under research and also among the smallholder farmers. It is called Peruvian apple or yacon. A solution for, like me, I come from central Kenya where people don't take fruits and they not much of them. If you just grow this, it grows like cassava, you harvest, you can eat this and it nourishes you. It comprises a special type of sugar that does not increase your blood sugar. We call it fructooligosaccharides. It's very good for diabetic people. You stabilize the blood sugar. It also has a special fiber that we call inulin, which is prebiotic. Very good for your gut. When you peel it, it looks like this. It tastes like an apple, a melon. And after harvesting, if you leave it under the sunlight, it fixes the sugar and gets sweeter by day. So using this fruit as a substrate, I'm making a formulation here. I ferment a substrate, that is the yacon, with herbs. Like here, I have a formulation of yacon, mint, and nasturtium, which is a flower. I ferment scientifically using my own formulation and method, and I get a very good product. These products are patented, and this is a stable product. We call it a probiotic immune boost, which you can take it as it is. You can add honey. You can also add it to your natural juice. It is very stable because it has a shelf life of 6 months. So you can just buy this and use it at home slowly. You can also take it at once. It takes care of your gut because it's probiotic. And I've also said that yacon is prebiotic. Those are just scientific terms, but very good for your health. It is also packed with bioactive compounds from the herbs and also from the yacon. So it boosts your immunity. In fact, if you have a taste of these, you feel like it's going to your bloodstream. And that's what we need. If you look at, there's a poster I have here. You can point at it, maybe a bit. This is a poster of my company, where I have used some of my customers whom I have tested these products with. And you can look at this man, he's 90 years now. This banner was done last year, so he was 89. The lady is now 88. The man has arthritis from the age of 70. Those are 20 years, but he takes all these formulations. The lady has diabetes, arthritis, and hypertension. She takes the same formulations. They've been able to manage and reduce their medicine miles. So they're doing so well. They're aging gracefully and beautiful as well. The secret is when you take these natural remedies and you remain natural, we say that nature takes care of itself, you also remain healthy. Personally, I'm a mother of 8. I'm very active, and I remain natural in all ways. You can look at me. My skin does not have any makeups, and here I am. And this is what I enjoy. So I'm advocating for people to start taking these natural remedies and go for food as medicine, not medicine as food. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari, and thank you for such an incredible session. And from your conversation I've had, you are talking about a lot about probiotic and prebiotics, and we understand out here a lot of people, if you can see people who are taking antibiotics. In fact, this is the wave in the pharmaceutical industry. They are producing antibiotics every day, and here you have the solutions. Now, how do you take? Are they safe to be taken by kids, or who can take your products?
Thank you for that. For chia, it's safe for everyone. But at least you introduce chia to a child who is 1 year old, going up. You start putting a little of it, maybe in porridge, maybe in milk and all that. Chia yogurt is safe also, but I would say from 1 year old, when the child is weaning, and at 1 year, you can introduce like chia. For the herbal infusions, maybe, I'm saying maybe because I've not tested the infants, but I would say from 7 years there, you can introduce. Like personally, myself, I'm a mother. What I do in the evening after work, I want my family to be healthy. So I take these, like half of this bottle, I add water and I add honey, and I give my children each a half glass. So they remain, they are vibrant, they are healthy, and you suppress diseases like cold and all those respiratory diseases, you suppress them. So you can use them for that population, but you make sure that you do it with caution. But for the normal people, like from 18 going onwards, they're very good. For the aging, for myself, who is past 40, for sure, these are the products for us. And we have to go the natural way so that we also suppress the chronic diseases in our country, a lot of ailments and complications, and also fatigue. People are so fatigued. Somebody gets to the office and you are a non-performer for sure. You're just sleeping. We see people in the church, when the pastor is preaching, you're all asleep, isn't it? Because taking too much of what we take, our staple food, like overeating and all that. So these are remedies for you, even to make sure that your gut, your GIT, or from mouth to the end, is open. When it's okay, you are okay. How do you know it? Imagine the food you ate yesterday. Are you holding it there as you stand there? If you have it, what you ate yesterday is still within you. There's a problem with your gut. Come for solutions here. We have everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I want you to address the challenges that are there, as you are an expert in the food and nutrition. But after COVID-19, I can see now, if you go to Nairobi, especially downtown, there are a lot of herbs that are saying we are treating diabetes. Anyone from anywhere, they are coming with some concoctions there, giving people, some are even giving sugarcane juice as a solution for diabetes. So what are some of the challenges that people are being swayed to that direction, because everyone wants to eat healthy? Because during COVID, we realized that now, because it was those people who are more affected were those people with underlying conditions, and most of them are lifestyle diseases. And now it made people now go for healthy eating. And now with the wave, most people are taking advantage. As an expert, how are you facing this challenge? How are you trying to tell people to understand what they are taking? Because they're being lied out there with people giving them concoction, a lot of green things, telling them that these are the solution for your problems. How are you handling that as an expert?
Thank you for that good question. First, I would say COVID was an advantage to us because consumers became aware of healthy eating. They heard about antioxidants, bioactive compounds, and so many other things. But I would say that whatever is being commercialized, it's good it be based on research. Myself, I'm a researcher. What I'm presenting here is the output of my research. So this has been proved and it's working, and we have tested and validated with our customers. I would tell everyone to be cautious on what you go for, because sometimes somebody is selling to you something, maybe an example like, I insist that this has omega-3 or something has omega-3, but has it been tested? Is it there? And also we have some herbs that have anti-nutrients. the anti-nutrients are higher than even the benefits you would get. So you find that by taking that type of a herb, it's like you lock the other essential nutrients in your body, or you lose them. So there is always that part of, has it been tested and who is doing it? And even those companies that are commercializing so many types of remedies and all that, have they engaged a scientist? Because always we go back to data and we ask ourselves, is this safe? Like now, chia, I would say, doesn't have anti-nutrients for sure. This one has a lot of research has been done. It doesn't have anti-nutrients. I've talked about omega-3, the tablets for chia. Of course, they are rich in omega-3, but a secret that is there in omega-3 is that omega-3 is an unstable nutrient that you lose it because of sunlight, because of oxygen and heat. That's why we protect it and encapsulate, because you have to do it scientifically, isn't it? Anything else that is here, for these herbal infusions, this is what we call fermentation science. In fact, it's the key thing to go nowadays in food science, because we are avoiding too much heating. When you heat something that has antioxidants, you lose them because of heat. So going the fermentation way, there is no application of heat, and you do it scientifically, because fermentation has its own secrets. The acidity has to be to a certain level, it has to be lower than that. Otherwise, you can ferment and get poison out of it because of pathogenic microorganisms. So this has been proved, it's safe, and it is good for everyone.
Thank you very much for your bright answer. And now you are there. I'm so much interested in this one because you can realize, especially some of us with young kids, we go from omega-3, which nowadays is becoming very expensive, especially the cod liver oil. Not everyone is able to afford it. And here we have chia seed, omega-3 from plant-based seeds. Please tell people to come for Afya Lishe to get the omega-3s for the kids. And maybe, can you consider maybe having a syrup part of it instead of capsule because of the young children?
Thank you, thank you. I would say I have both. I have it bottled in 100 ml bottles. I think they got exhausted. They were all bought. I also have them capsulated for those who prefer to take capsules. But this is good in omega-3. Chia oil itself, there is 70% of omega-3 here, but it's from the plant source. We call it alpha-linolenic acid. And the science and research has been done. This alpha-linolenic acid is converted to an omega-3 that you can use in your body called DHA. And that's what is in the other oils. But there is an omega-3 that is not here. The science of omega-3 is a human being needs both the DHA and EPA. And those ones you can confirm them. If you buy like cod liver oil, you see that on the label. So this plant-based does not have the EPA. So it's always good to get it from the animal source. Maybe you take a tablet of the fish oil. If not, when you eat an egg or when you eat something like fish, you get small proportion, which is adequate. You need so little of omega-3 for your body. So taking these 2 tablets per day, it is very good. And then another research that has been done for chia, the alpha-linolenic acid here, which is converted now in your body to that DHA, it cushions your brain. And that's why we have validated with our customers, those who have dementia, they gain back their memory. Approve is that couple there on that banner. That lady gets dementia. I give her the capsulated chia oil and she gets back her memory. And you know what? That couple are my parents. I'm the 10th born in that family. I'm a mother of 8 and we have lived so healthy. Look at me. Do I look like a mother of 8?
Thank you very much, Daktari. And you are out there looking for nutritious food. Afya Lishe is your plug. Don't go to those people who doesn't know what they are doing. Usikule nyasi out there in the name of you're taking antioxidants. Welcome to Afya Lishe for all your nutritional solution. Thank you for coming for AFMASS 2024, and you are looking forward for the more innovation you're bringing in the industry for providing people with more solution in the nutrition. And karibu sana daktari.
I will always be here. And thank you for giving us this platform.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, nimesikia. That's nice.
Bye.
There we go.
Jadida, how are you? She's a food scientist.
Yeah, I'm also.
Oh my! Love the 10th from in a family of 10. My mom is 82.
Then you get
so I'm here to
you get 10. I was starting 10.
I only have one.
Oh my God.
I only have one.
But you are targeting 10.
I was
So
targeting 10 because
I want for my mom. But then this one's how much?
Very good. 400. And even this one. Now this one. Which one? Naka kadogo.
What do you call that?
Welcome to Cranbrook Flavors, where expertise meets innovation in the world of flavor solutions. With over 3 decades of experience, we stand at the forefront of the industry, offering bespoke flavor solutions tailored to our clients' diverse needs. Witness our technical excellence, where our capabilities extend to pioneering chemical creations, precision emulsions, advanced in-house spray drying, innovative aroma chemical synthesis, and the latest in taste modulation units. Guided by our state-of-the-art laboratories and a team fueled by innovation, we seamlessly deliver end-to-end solutions, from conceptualization to execution, all under one roof. Expanding our repertoire to include fragrance development, emulsion technology, sugar reduction innovations, and flavor masking compounds, we transcend to become indispensable partners, not only for bottlers, but for diverse industries alike. With a steadfast dedication to quality and adherence to regulatory standards, we ensure precise label accuracy and compliance for every market we serve. Join us at Cranbrook Flavors, where every flavor tells a story of excellence. Discover the taste of innovation today.
Is manufactured. They say you can return this package to the manufacturer, or you can reuse this package to do something else. You can grow your small plant in that package. You can reuse it to store your food in the freezer for a long time, and once you tired with it, return it to the manufacturer. So they are really trying to help us take care of the environment.
To add on what she said is you need to understand why they want you to manage that. So for example, sometimes they will want to know if, let's say, when you package, we have those returns or those that get destroyed as you do your processing. How are you managing? So sometimes they will request you get an accredited, an approved disposal company to work with, so that you know, by once they pick those packaging materials from you, they're disposing in the right way, in a way that they're not going to destroy the environment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I hope they've been able to answer you. There's a question.
My question is to the fellow farmer: how do you deal with unpredictable weather patterns, or do you just submit and accept losses?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, and it's actually one that we try to battle with by providing information to farmers, in that we inform them what, we try to kind of forecast, give them a forecast of when it's going to rain and make it as accurate as possible. Because one thing a lot of farmers face is not just on the, forget the market and even the farming, and there's still a lot of unpredictability in that someone could tell them, I don't want to mention that it's gonna start raining next week, and then the rain's delayed with 2 weeks, and they've already planted, and all that goes to waste. And how we do it is at the moment we don't do it that heavily. We just give in the form of advice, but we're also looking at creating a platform where we could give them like actual forecasted AI information so that they can accurately know when it's going to rain, how long it's going to rain, and not just that, even information on the market so that they can know like prices, the current prices in each of the market, where the demand is in each market. Yeah, so that's how we do it. We don't do it as heavily at the moment.
Okay, who else? There was a question, is that right? There's a question. Okay, there was a question here first.
Ni nini exactly?
Inatengenezwa na flour, sugar, milk, eggs, cinnamon, nutmeg.
That's one kamandazi.
Yeah.
My kid would enjoy that. Mimi, my baby loves it.
Ya huku. Huyu ndiye anauliza maswali.
Oh, okay.
I have worked in this place.
Sisi ni watu wa mkono.
How much are those?
This one goes for 250.
Where?
Because you actually
So yeah.
Talk to us. Sorry? What? How much pesa?
Nikishikia hizo sasa. Mtu akicall naambia, no, we are not answering any call. So zinda na. I'm not that bad person.
There's a actually.
Welcome to Cranbrook Flavors, where expertise meets innovation in the world of flavor solutions. With over 3 decades of experience, we stand at the forefront of the industry, offering bespoke flavor solutions tailored to our clients' diverse needs. Witness our technical excellence, where our capabilities extend to pioneering chemical creations, precision emulsions, advanced in-house spray drying, innovative aroma chemical synthesis, and the latest in taste modulation units. Guided by our state-of-the-art laboratories and a team fueled by innovation, we seamlessly deliver end-to-end solutions, from conceptualization to execution, all under one roof. Expanding our repertoire to include fragrance development, emulsion technology, sugar reduction innovations, and flavor masking compounds, we transcend to become indispensable partners, not only for bottlers, but for diverse.
I'm together here with my colleague. He'll introduce himself.
All right, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Sam. I'm director of Nigeria Kitchens.
Amazing. So you can tell us what is on display today?
Today we are trying to introduce Nigerian products to Kenyan markets. We've started with the most popular one, which is Eba, which is Gari. Sorry, it's Gari. When you cook it, it becomes Eba. We have 2 types. We have the yellow Gari. This is made out of cassava. Then we add a little palm oil to give it that beautiful color. Then we have the white gari. This is pure cassava, and everything is manufactured, produced, and packaged in Kenya. Yes.
And talking about, right now, so many people are very health cautious. They want to understand how the product is made, how healthy is it. So you can maybe probably explain also that aspect, how you consider.
Thank you. One thing that stands out from the product, it's because it's gluten free. It's pure cassava, so that will make us a little bit premium, because you find that of late people are so conscious about what they take. So we are really capitalizing on the product because we know that it will help us reach as many people outside there.
Great. So I know you guys are at the startup section, and how far along are you guys? Plus, if someone is interested, where can you be found?
We are actually developing a website. It will be out there soon. Currently, we are doing online deliveries. You just call and we deliver where you are.
So you said the name again is Niger?
Niger Kitchens.
They-
Limited. Kenya Limited.
Amazing. So there's something else you did not introduce. Probably you can talk about it.
Yeah, we also have a new product which is chin chin. It's actually made from wheat, sugar, milk, and eggs, and it's a snack. You can snack anytime, any day, anywhere.
Saying, all right. So it's also Niger based. Is it something that's a delicacy for?
Yeah, it's Nigerian based. Yes, yes.
So, guys, you better join. Today, remember, is our last day at AFMASS, and we are at Sarit Expo. So, come through. Make sure you come visit. They're selling the product, so you're able to purchase and go and try out. They're able to explain in more details. And I know you. I'm sure it's it's a lower rate. Whatever they're buying, the price they're buying
is at half price today.
Half price, guys. You better make it here. All right. Thank you so much. I'll let you continue. Have a lovely afternoon. All right.
Welcome to Cranbrook Flavors, where expertise meets innovation in the world of flavor solutions. With over 3 decades of experience, we stand at the forefront of the industry, offering bespoke flavor solutions tailored to our clients' diverse needs. Witness our technical excellence, where our capabilities extend to pioneering chemical creations, precision emulsions, advanced in-house spray drying, innovative aroma chemical synthesis,
Hi.
Naweza hivyo ama hiyo tu. Okay. Sisi bwana.
Sana.
Wape nini?
Nani makena zoezi? Tulisema wako hivi.
Jamani, aliindisha password.
Wifi hata ifanyi.
Ndio ilikuwa inafanya. Sasa hizi I don't know.
ओके मैं उसको बोलता हूँ कुछ सॉल्यूशन हो तो बताए ओके चलो ओके ना
Wait, nikuulize vile tulichagua category. Will they announce and say this number one today ama what's the
today?
Oh.
Something.
Acha nichukue nini? Nimenunua. Just waiting for my niece to come.
AFMASS for putting this whole exhibition together, bringing people from the industry together. So my name is Joyce. I work with Simplifine. Simplifine is a food manufacturing division of Be Cold Kenya. And under the food manufacturing division, we have 3 separate sites. The first site is the bakery site that has whole meal products, healthy, no preservative loaves, as well as other various pastries. We have cookies, we have croissants that you can find in all leading supermarkets and also served across various hotels and restaurants. We also service different customers up to and outside of Kenya. We also have the foods.
Camera.
So we also have the food manufacturing site. We do value-added beef, poultry, lamb products. So we have your convenience beef samosa packs. We have your spring rolls. You have your meatballs, burgers. We also do parathas. So if you want to eat some parathas without having to strain through the kitchen, we got you covered. Also comes in convenience packs and in wholesale packs for the guys that would want to do catering. And then finally, we have the fries. So we are doing frozen fries in the country. Being that Kenya does potatoes seasonally, we came up with a way to ensure that we keep the product in the market. How? By processing it and keeping it frozen up to a 1-year shelf life. So we have your frozen fries, we have the meat, and we have the bread. And we welcome you to try all our products.
Thank you very much for your company. I've seen it has it is diversified. So maybe a question: who are your target market? Because I can see you have the French fries, which are frozen. You have meat products, and you have the bakery products. Who are your target market?
I would say we target everyone. Let me say why. When you look at our bread, we have the elderly that want to eat healthy. So we have the whole meal loaves. We have the multi-grain loaves that are considered healthy. We also have the nice twisted sweet for the younger generation that will probably want to try a loaf. Then we have me and you. We have convenience packs. You're tired, you're a working mom, you're a working wife, you're a working lady. You want to go home and have a nice meal and you don't have the time to prepare your meatballs from scratch. We got you. Then we have the family members that probably have 2 to 3 children and you don't want to take a whole bucket of potatoes and peel. You take my fries from the shelf, straight into the fryer, and you have a meal in less than 10 minutes. So we cut across the divide as far as our target market is concerned. We provide healthy product, we provide convenience and affordability. Yes.
Thank you very much. So you are there and you are looking for products, convenient products, especially if you are working, you're coming home late. There are meatballs here that you can get from Simplified. And then you are there, you don't want to touch that dirty potatoes. You can get your package here and do your fries. And then we have our healthy products there. So in all leading supermarkets, you can get all the products from Simplifine. They are promising to give you healthy and affordable products. Thank you very much for having you in AFMASS 2024, and we are looking forward for more exhibition in future years and more business together. Thank you very much. Done. visiting us. And here we have a student from Nairobi Technical who's here to give us her overview about her experience with the Expo and the conference. So welcome for this interview and give us what have you learned in the conference.
My name is Marceline. I'm from Marceline Mutiti. I'm from the Technical Institute. I'm doing a diploma in food science and technology. So my experience was amazing. I got to go to the booths. I visited the different things which have been sitting here, and the experience is amazing. I love how the people in the booths are the question. How I asked them how is the experience, how are they navigating in the industries, what are the so I love that, and I love how they they on say that they so for the conference more on how the researchers, the scientists are doing to help in the how to make losses and to make cuts. Yes, and how they get it also. More I wanted to know on the challenges, how are they doing? Yes. The different perspectives of industry from the starting point, the going and getting market, how you're going to from starting point, how you're going to do the products in matters of dealing with the sites and the things which may come along when you are doing the food processing. Yes. So they have everywhere, every point. It was good for me, and I'm good to go. Yes.
Marceline, and thank you for your experience at AFMASS. And as we are looking for more students, because we are here to prepare students, we are here to expose how the industry, in the industry, from production, from fresh produce to manufacturing to equipment suppliers, and we are here so that you can find your niche. Getting out college, you can find your niche. As an engineer, you know where to. That is the experience we are to expose to students. And I'm very grateful to have you here interview, and we are looking to see you now come as an exhibitor all with your own products. Thank you so much, Maslin, for more days ahead. Thank you.
Attention food enthusiasts. Are you ready to embark on an innovative journey unlike any other? Hold on to your aprons because Freddie Hirsch is about to shake things up as an official sponsor and exhibitor at the prestigious AFMASS Food Expo Eastern Africa Edition 2024. The Freddie Hirsch Group is a privately owned customer-centric organization established in 1956. We are the largest supplier of food ingredients, sausage casings, meat processing equipment, and other sundry items to the red meat and poultry sectors of the food industry. We are a manufacturing, distribution, sales, and marketing organization which offers uniquely differentiated products and services through its highly trained sales and technical staff to thousands of independent and supermarket retail butcheries, meat processing factories, poultry processing factories, hotels, and restaurants. We foster long-lasting relationships with innovative partners to deliver quality and cost benefits. With our proud heritage of Freddie Hirsch, we have leveraged our unique competencies as the flavor house for East Africa, a proudly African brand woven into the fabric of taste in Africa. Join us as we unveil specialized technology which has revolutionized the meat industry. Freddie Hirsch is the innovative leader pioneering fresh ways and leading our industry into a new era. Be part of the latest achievements as we bring patented world-class technology.
What are your take-home from the conference and also the expo?
2024 marks
Thank you very
our
much, Martha.
8th edition of AFMASS
Gewa,
event in Kenya.
student at Kenya Institute
But beyond that, we've actually
Studies,
held the same event
currently
in
food
Tanzania twice,
and processing
and we've
technology.
done the same in Zambia.
Someone who's
So the whole concept of
in next
AFMASS
month, what
Food
I have
Expo
taken home is that
and the
science
things
is
and the
very
whole
broad.
setup of AFMASS
You
is
can
essentially
pick
to provide a
what your
platform
strength
for
is, you go with
the
it.
stakeholders within the
I have
food manufacturing,
met
retail and hospitality sector
young
to come
enterprises
together,
that
network,
started
do
as
business,
a project
learn some new trends and
when they
technologies
were
at
in
the
campus.
conference hall,
So as someone who's
and
also writing a
thereby
project right
facilitate
now, I'm like, I
sustainable
have to
growth of the
be
food
seriously
industry
because
value
it
chain
can
in the
be
continent.
a business that I can
From our very
that I
start,
have graduated.
the conference
I
was
have
always a
also
very important part of the event,
taken home that there are
and we've had hundreds
institutions
of
that
business
can
leaders and
sponsor
executives
when you're
come to give their views on the state of
producing
the
a
industry.
product.
And
And they were talking
connected to
about
that, from those three booths that we had in
small
the
businesses
first
that are
event,
pricing without need of
AFMASS has
collateral.
essentially over
As
the
long as
years
your business
transformed into
is
an expo.
good and you're guaranteed that it
The expo is a bigger part of the
make
event now.
profit.
The conference is a smaller bit of it,
So
but
learn
still a very
about,
critical part of the event.
the company that is
So still the topics of
giving
operational excellence, food
short
safety,
courses of FISO.
over time sustainability came along.
Yeah. So I
We
have
still talk about regulatory issues within the industry. So
also adds
one key part of
more
AFMASS has been,
to your
over time,
certificate once
we
you've
have worked
graduated.
very closely
Because
with all the
looking for a job,
stakeholders, whether you're talking about the
have
government,
this
suppliers of
other
new technology,
they make you
the
more
food industry
qualified
value chain
more than
stakeholders
someone who
value
doesn't
AFMASS
this
for its
now
very
experience.
localized
Do you
content.
hear that you
And
had
also, we ride the wave of what's happening in the continent.
some of the
It's much easier to go to events. There are bigger events than AFMASS around the world.
yes,
But when you go to those events,
there are a lot of
you don't get the
opportunities.
pulse of the continent. So AFMASS gives us an opportunity to focus on the African space.
So, AFMASS, have you when I was next, I told you how because like, no, I am graduating next month and I'm getting into, I don't know what I'm going to do. Honestly, because I have understood what to do once you've graduated, not just sit. There's a lot that you can do. Yeah. I saw you students out there. Next time you hear of our
Much more ingredients companies come to exhibit at AFMASS. We've seen the packaging sector coming very well. We've seen the milling and baking technology providers coming in. We've also seen the other supply chain providers come along. We have labs, we have quality testing companies, we have companies that can help you do many other things. But then also this year, we are also seeing the expansion into the financial. I think lots of times you might run a company, but you need money, you need insurance. So this year, probably for the first time, we'll have one big partner coming in from the financial side. So the 360-degree view of the industry, that's what we really want to see at AFMASS. As someone who, my early years was selling ingredients and working around food companies in the eastern and the southern part of Africa, talking to food company stakeholders, I really think there is a clear need for a local event that understands and is able to reach out to the key industry stakeholders. Not all these food industry stakeholders can go to Dubai, or go to Germany, or go to the US, or go to Brazil for the shows that are there that have thousands of exhibitors. I think for us this year is probably going towards nearly 100 booths and probably more. And that, to tell you the truth, is the biggest pure play food industry event in this region. So we are quite glad and we are really appreciative of the support that we've gotten from the key industry stakeholders. And those coming to the event should come very prepared that we have a lot more to see on offer, and also the variety on the floor is going to be really great for them. This year's event is continues to be a free event to attend. So the conference is free to attend, the exhibition is free to attend.
For me,
but one extra thing that, so you can sign up on the website, afmass.com. One extra thing we are doing this year is to hold a very special event within
I'm willing to learn a
AFMASS.
lot, and
We'll
I think
have
when you have another
what we call the official dinner for the AFMASS Food Expo Eastern Africa edition. And I think by having this dinner right in the middle of the event, in one of the top hotels in the
all
city,
upon those who are already in business. And when you
our
are students
exhibitors, our
out there, I know
sponsors,
if you're not
our
exposed
food
enough,
industry stakeholders
you might
that we have
leave
invited
school
to come
thinking that there are no jobs out
to meet
there,
up
there are no opportunities
later in the
out
day
there.
in a
After
better
visiting
and more relaxed
AFMASS, have the
atmosphere,
perception
away from the hustle and
about
bustle of the
lack of
event.
jobs out
It's much easier to meet people at the event, but I think the meetings that and the connections that could come through the official dinner could be life-changing for some of our attendees. So we welcome everybody to sign up. It's free to attend the conference and expo, and we want you to be there.
Push yourself, I think, to interact
As
and
we
connect
host,
with people, and then we realize
the 2024
for
edition
me,
of
I have
AFMASS
learned
Food
a lot,
Expo,
and I know how to do this job,
we are
and I'll
quite
find
glad
one.
to announce that
And do you suggest we can
as
do
part of the review
we can do
of the
better
events that we've
for
seen
a
before,
student
the
package?
events that we've
How better
held
now
before,
in our
we
capacity
think
as a
that this year
student?
gives us
How
the
better
opportunity
do
to
we do
fine-tune
so
some
that we
of
can ensure that the
the key
students we are
areas
getting
at
at
AFMASS
Expos are
in
more
Nairobi.
exposed? Or how best can we do this?
There
Me,
are
what I can
two key
suggest, I
kind
can
of
just tell
exhibitors
you,
that come to
when
AFMASS.
you invest, I
There's
think
what
continue
we
to
call
invest
the
in
B2B
students,
side,
and when they
so
come, also give them
equipment, packaging,
opportunities
ingredients, supply chain
also
solutions,
interact with
banks,
others so that they can
and
learn
a
more.
lot.
Yeah.
And then there's the
very
side of
much, and we are
AFMAS that
delighted
has
to
been
have you
growing
at
quite
AFMAS
substantially over the
2024,
years,
and we are looking
what
forward
we
to
might
see
call
you
the
later.
B2C.
Come here as
So
an
these are food
exhibitor.
companies,
Go make
could be a
exploits
bakery,
in the industry. You have
could
seen, you have
be
been
a
exposed,
fresh,
and you know you have seen that there are a lot of opportunities in the
produce
food
company,
industry.
could be
The
a
industry
miller,
is broad, and you can
could be
find
a
your
beverage
calling
company.
in the industry.
So
So thank
as
you,
this
and we are
B2C side
grateful
of
for having you
AFMAS
here.
grows, what we foresee is that there is need to fine-tune the event and enable both sides of AFMAS to grow. So the B2B side, which has been the core and what has been holding AFMAS right on the base, has grown substantially. At the same time, the B2C side is also beginning to move in very fast. So what we are looking at, especially in the new 2025 event we'll be holding the first week of July, is to provide under one roof, but with very clear demarcation between the B2B side and the B2C side. So the B2B side is going to be renamed into AFMAS Food Manufacturing Expo. That will be in one hall with very clear demarcation separate from
University
the
as
B2C side,
students, and
what we are calling the
how was your experience
AFMAS Food and Beverage
AFMAS?
Show.
What have you gained as you're
So
coming to
on the B2C side,
now?
there's going to be a
Let
lot more
them
activities from 2025.
Anyway.
We'll add in
Okay,
competitions.
thank you so much for having
We'll
me
add in
here.
things that really make it
Afternoon.
amazing to go
It
to a
has
food show.
been a delightful moment.
At the same time,
having
the AFMAS
interacted with the
Food and
people
Beverage
who
Show
have
is not just
a
open
wide
for local companies.
audience to the market.
The food industry is
Also for
changing,
the
and
panelists
as our tastes and
the
preferences are changing,
expertise who have been in the
yes, we need to
industry
get
for
lots
so
of
many
local
years,
food,
having to
but also food is
experience.
becoming very
I
world,
think I've
very
connected
global.
the theory part,
As food becomes more
whereby
global,
we learn in
there will
school,
be
and
companies
now
that
coming
might
to the
be from
ground
India
and
or
having
from
to practice
Thailand or
that.
from Italy or from the
Personally,
US or from South
been
Africa
so
or from Nigeria, looking
even
at
seeing the
a market in
startups
Eastern Africa.
who are
So as we go
coming up
into the
with the new
2025
products,
edition,
you know,
the Africa
like
Food and Beverage
think
Show
adventuring
is going to be a
science,
key part
the whole system
of the
is
general
so
AFMAS umbrella.
I think that
And
the
what we
future of
foresee
the
is
food science
if we are
and
more structured on that side,
you know
we'll get many more
the future of
exhibitors
food
from 2025 going onward.
innovation. Also seeing
And
that
as we
there are
grow
various
the both
people
sides of
coming
the
up with
B2B
the
and the B2C,
equipment which
in a
help
few years' time, we
which are
should be able to separate those two
coming up
shows.
to move
But
from
for
the
this year,
to
we've still
the
done a
digital
fairly
way of doing things.
nice
And
way to
also
ensure
for
that
the
the
food
B2C
supply
side, which
chain,
can be fairly
I think
noisy,
that there's that
and because people are
interconnection
excited when they see food,
from
they
the
want to
farm
taste
to
and
the
they want
plate.
to give their
Yeah,
views.
it's so delightful
That side,
and educative.
together
Thank
with the B2B side,
Thank you so
remain
much.
together,
Do you
but there'll be
think,
some
in your
kind
own
of
view,
demarcations.
AFMAS is the best
But from
platform
2025, it'll be quite
that
clear
can
on the
bridge between
demarcation
the,
and
the
our
university
opportunity to
students
grow
or those who
the
are still
B2C
in
side.
school for
So we have
exposure
some
to
very
the
interesting
industry?
things coming
Now,
up.
if those people
And
who
what
are in
I
school,
foresee
they do a lot of
is
theory,
that
and now how
the
from your
AFMAS
own
Food
view,
Expo Eastern
is
Africa, the
AFMAS
one
the
we are
best
holding in Nairobi,
platform the students should be
remains
coming
our
so that
core,
they can know what is
remains
happening
the
in the
core
industry?
of our events.
Okay,
The
absolutely.
events that
Having
are still
attended
going on in
AFMAS in
Zambia or in
2022,
Tanzania or in Uganda
which
on the
was
East Coast on this
held
side,
at Ole Sereni,
will remain
I got
more
more insightful
towards
to
what we
attend more
are
and more
eventually
of the
calling the
AFMAS events.
what we are
Because
calling the AFMAS
by
Food
then, I
Manufacturing
was
Expo.
only
But the
venturing
event
into
in
the
Nairobi
classwork only, but
will have
having
this
attended into
bigger
the
B2C
AFMAS
component
events,
coming in.
it is so
As we go
eye-opening.
to
You get to
Nigeria,
meet lots of
we
professionals from
probably are also
various
looking at the same kind of setup
institutions,
as the
various
Nairobi event.
industries, various
So we like to
career
have one big
fields,
event on the
and
East Coast,
you know, getting to
and we'd
interact
like
with
to have a
them,
second one
linking
in West
connection.
Africa. So
AFMAS, indeed,
there's a
it
lot
is
more
the
to do.
best.
And with
Yeah.
my team, I think after all these years,
What I
we
would
build the
like to tell
capacity
the
internally
students out
to
there,
do a lot more.
whenever AFMAS
And for
calls
those
for
who
an
are coming
event,
to attend the
please
event,
avail yourselves.
we welcome you.
It is
For the
such
exhibitors
a good
and the
networking
sponsors,
platform whereby
without
you
you, this
come to
event would
interact
not be
with
where
other
it is.
people, and
And one thing that we
having
do
that
appreciate is that
opportunity
we've had
to
lots of brands who have stayed
practice
with
what
us
you've learned into
from the
class
very early days
into
of
the
AFMAS
real world.
to now.
Yeah,
As
thank
Africa
you.
changes,
Very
and
much.
as the
That is the
retail chain
punchline mind that
as
students
the
out
retail
there,
sector changes,
whenever
hospitality
we call
sector
upon you
changes, the
to come and
manufacturing
visit
sector
AFMASS,
changes.
this is the right
AFMASS
place
is a
for you
pulse
to bridge between
that
your theory
we'll be
and
able
what
to
is
define the
happening in the
future as we go
industry.
forward.
See you in 2025 and welcome for all
So as we
AFMASS
welcome you to AFMASS
exhibitions that
Food
will be
Expo
coming
in
in
Africa
future. Thank you very
2024
much for
edition.
having you here.
The event happens on
Oh,
June
sorry,
12th to
sorry.
14th
I'm Lea
at
Wamuyu
the
from
Sarit Expo
Kibaki
Center.
University.
Sarit
I'm
Expo
a
Center
finalist,
is located
recently
within a
completed
very
my
big mall,
education, awaiting
one
for
of the biggest in this
graduation.
region.
Thank you so
The
much.
Sarit
And
The Sarit
welcome
Expo
to the
Center is located
industry.
within Sarit Mall, which is in Westlands in Nairobi. Very easy to access, whether you are coming in from outside the country, from the airport, it's probably 15, 20 minutes. If you are coming by bus, very easy to access. If you are walking, Westlands is a very busy district with lots of shopping, entertainment, and fun places to go to. So please join us. Log on to www.afmas.com/east to attend this year's event. Thank you.
Welcome to Cranbrook Flavors, where expertise meets innovation in the world of flavor solutions. With over 3 decades of experience, we stand at the forefront of the industry, offering bespoke flavor solutions tailored to our clients' diverse needs. Witness our
...2024 marks our 8th edition of AFMASS event in Kenya. But still a very critical part of the event. So still the topics of operational excellence, food safety, over time sustainability came along. We still talk about regulatory issues within the industry. So one key part of AFMASS has been, over time, we have worked very closely with all the stakeholders, whether you're talking about the government, suppliers of new technology, the food industry value chain stakeholders value AFMASS for its very localized content. And also, we ride the wave of what's happening in the continent. It's much easier to go to events. There are bigger events than AFMASS around the world. But when you go to those events, you don't get the pulse of the continent. So AFMASS gives us an opportunity to focus on the African space.